visual. I'm visual.
Okay.
Because they weren't invited. You wasn't in the meetings where they were doing the ad hoc committee. So if we can do that and we could have the interest, what you spent, is it easier for you to do quarterly? The money came in, I think, May 2020. Is it easier? I'm sorry, I'll wait for Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, did you need the podium at all?
It's easier to do it quarterly because that's the way we report to the federal government.
Okay, so is this also with the spreadsheets we used to get?
Yes, and the other thing about getting the quarterly reports is that's also reviewed by Ernst & Young before it's submitted. So it has had a review besides just our staff. They're
okay.
good numbers.
Do we know how many on that report that we now know for the allocation? The ARPA committee, which me and Councilman Mays took to court, and it was an illegal meeting, illegal committee, should have never been formed, and we won that one. Then we had the allocations. Do we know how many on those reports that did, because people are still calling saying, no one called me back. You know, I didn't get a call whether I was approved or denied. And that was when we had the portal. Do we know how many?
That's a side of ARPA which I haven't dealt with. That's the program side, and I don't deal with the
Who does the program side?
that would be the planning and development. Does work.
Is anybody in that department? Didn't they all quit? Okay, so if you can prepare a meeting, Mr. Edwards, and we got a referral, and we could have the department. Mr. Edwards, are you planning and development now? Who's in planning and development over that? Because I think are you over that department now, Mr. Edwards?
No, we have two deputies that operate.
Who are they?
Rod Slaughter and Montel Menifee.
Montel was over marijuana.
Yeah, Montel was elevated to handle.
So does he do the marijuana and planning?
He's doing zoning.
Jesus Christ, he got as many jobs as you got now. Okay.
So he's busy.
Okay, he's busy, because I wondered that night he was here late. Yep. Can you have the departments where we'll have questions so that we can have all of these questions answered? And if we can put this, we loading up, can you have it done by Monday, Mr. Moore?
Monday would be very tough.
No. Not convenient time? So when is a good time do we need, look, we can do a special meeting. She don't want to do a special meeting? So 2 weeks?
Our next finance committee is April 8th.
Okay, so 2 weeks, is that enough time to prepare? And, okay. I don't know how we don't be nowhere prepared. This stuff is in computers. I mean, I'm just saying, you get on there, you download, you print the report. You got the report. All we need you to do is explain. I don't personally feel you think you need 2 weeks. Not on you, because I know you. I read your resume.
The problem is, there's no way I can get it done by Monday.
Okay, let's do it 2 weeks. We'll keep it in committee. And if Mr. Edwards would have the proper support from staff to be able to answer the questions, because we know the ad hoc committee said them was general meetings, and you weren't in those meetings. And so, well, they had a discussion. They said it was true. They were on the ad hoc committee. So if we can have, that way we can find out, because I'm concerned about, and did we ever get also, whether it's general funds to you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney, whether ARPA funds, once we allocated, well, I didn't put it in the ARPA category of the 40 million, because we now know it's problems with it. Did we ever find the answer out? Are those general funds, are they still considered ARPA funds? Because that held up the market. Did we ever get, you were speaking with Ernst & Young that Tuesday.
Yes, there are funds in the general fund that are designated as ARPA that are tracked as ARPA dollars. So yes.
So the resolutions still need to state ARPA on them when we're spending them, or no?
If they were allocated that way, yes.
Okay, so thank you for the clarity on that.
You're welcome.
And then I guess we need to bring back the market also. I don't know who put that on there. Now that she's given us our legal one, we can have it put back on there. Well, so next committee, if you could have your report, and if you can have something visual too, so that the audience or the residents who are here can see for the next meeting, and we can have the support staff so we can all be on the same page. I appreciate your time, Mr. Moore. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yes,
ahead.
Madam Chair. Also, Mr. Moore, can you make sure, or Mr. Edwards, can you make sure that each council member get the report? Okay?
I will give the reports to Davina, and Davina will
I
distribute them.
mean, I know Judy, I heard Judy say that she got a report, but you know, Judy is not the only council member up here. This council is made up of 9 members.
First meeting in March, second meeting in February, I passed out a copy to every council member, if you were here.
No, can you email it? Is it a report you can email?
I have a couple copies. You can have one here.
No, I need it emailed. I need it emailed, and I like to look through reports from my email. I want records. Okay? So if you send it to our clerk, she'll make sure that each member gets a copy. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Okay, so this report that I picked up today is actually the one that we received by email, or that you handed out. Is through December. So everyone who was here did receive a copy of that. Also, I want to talk about, there was some, what's your request?
So we're now in March. You said that one's through December, so can we have it through March?
It's only filed quarterly. This is the quarterly report. This is the
Okay.
federal report.
Hold
that-
on, we still got quarterly. He can't get a year to date? Still? I mean, that's not, so he would have,
There's no way. This is done
We work
quarterly.
with E&Y to develop the report, develop everything, so it'd be very difficult to do that on a month-by-month basis.
took
But
our butt to the meetings, don't know what was going on. I'm done, Mr. Thank you.
So,
She ridiculous.
this report was the one that we were provided with. And during
It was okay. I'm not gonna say it was bad, just wasn't long enough. I was still busy with stuff, but how was your weekend? Oh, the Sky Zone was fun. So how long were you there? Was it a birthday party or just to go? Ah, were y'all exhausted when y'all got home? Because that jumping to get you. It's fun while you doing it, but then when you get home, you be like, oh,
Madam Clerk,
that was a lot.
we do have a quorum now.
That was a lot. All right, see.
It is, it's 4:37 p.m., and we will redo the roll call to establish a quorum. Mr. Alamin is not in. Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett is not in. You have 5 members present.
We have 5 members present. It's now time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery in disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there are no requests for changes and/or additions, it's time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box was placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, Madam President. For the record, my name is R.L. Mitchell, but for the record, Madam President, do I have to apologize for anything I've done to you before? Hello? I do? What is it? Tell me for everybody. Everything? No, that's got to be a joke down here, but I don't. Hey, it's strictly business. You taking up all my time doing that, talking about everything. Now listen here. Hello, New York. I'm R.L. Mitchell. Put it from Flint City Hall. The council to call the shots. You like the other day, the little lady come over here talking about the pipe. She's that short, about 4 foot tall, and she be put into a crisis in Flint again about this reservoir. The handle broke off the thing to make that bayou and make fuel out of the Flint River. So many tons. It happened to go sag now, and she patched it up with a nylon strip of rope. It can break in it. They cost so many $1 million to fix it, but when they put it down, slab back down. The little man in DDA in Detroit, he lives in Canada. He never come to these meetings because he don't know how to get back into his hometown. As I speak right now, you see why Canada airplane tried to take off, and the fireman ran right into, like, going 100 miles an hour, and only 2 people got killed. That's the 2 pilots. They remind me of Fireman Chief Wickens in the situation in Flint. Fired the fire department chief and fired the popo, and the beat still goes on. And Miss Priestley over there with the money bag act like she's scared. The city clerk over there, she got to have. And another thing, they be threatening us, we the peoples. We can't hear anybody talk straight. Like Ed Teller got in my face, he said, "Look here, sir." I just told him, "Look, I'm not Larry Meigs, man." He grinning, but he ain't tickled.
Up here with 3 members of council sitting on the KWA board. We paying KWA bonds to Wall Street, and we have no control over the water rates and things like that. We're not on the KWA, and it's just a crazy, disturbing situation. And we need some legal counsel to look into that, not our city attorney, with all due respect, conflict of interest. But we need some you use outside attorneys all the time to go after residents. So we want you to look into these things, and we want you to look into, it's hard, heavy lifting work. We need a water affordability plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Audrey Muhammad.
Walaikum salam. Name is Audrey Muhammad, 2nd Ward. I'd like to start out by reminding everyone that April the 25th is the commemoration day of the water switch from 2014, which we are still in the plans of making for an activity for that day, some videos, documentaries being shown. We plan to have something that's not a celebration, it's just to keep people aware that that is the day that the water was switched in 2014, and some of the things that has happened through the timeline of some of the activities that have taken place since then, some of the things that we are still fighting for as of today, as you heard as Claire McClendon just mentioned, and talk about the water itself, us with the water affordability I am praying that somewhere or another between now and November that we start to talking more about water affordability for the residents here. The water rates are just ridiculous. Talk about the water main breaks that are constantly happening across the city. I know I was told to be glad that they came and fixed the break, but let's fix the street behind it. Don't just fix the break and leave us with a pothole on our block. We know the break, it was there that I noticed for 12 days before it got fixed. So somebody come out, please say something. And then just a warning to the city, when you get ready to do the water main, to repair them, can you at least let the citizens know that you're turning off the water? I mean, some people say, okay, yeah, but everybody didn't know that they were out there. Only thing they knew is that all of a sudden they have no water in their homes. That's kind of a disrespect to the citizens who are in the neighborhoods. You're getting paid for the water. Be respectful and let us know the water is getting turned off. I don't know how you can do it, or you could just send out a letter in general saying if you have a water break, be aware that when the repair does happen, water will be turned off. That's a general statement that people could kind of just be aware. Everybody wasn't aware. I did hear complaints. One complaint I have today is that the free parking that's along the side of City Hall that's used for the residents, why is city cars parked in those spaces? Taking up the spaces that the citizens should have, that they don't have to pay for parking. So they can't say it ain't out there. It's parked right in front of me. I took a picture of it. But please help the citizens here. It's already ridiculous, some of the rates that they want, and they talk about putting boots on people's cars from DDA if you got so many parking tickets. So y'all please at least take the citizens into consideration. And let's start getting some of those businesses back that we sold under emergency management.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
And the next speaker is Rich Jones.
I believe he is no longer inside the chambers. Next public speaker.
Arthur Woodson.
I hate Councilwoman Liddell Lewis isn't here because what she said last meeting, you know, it's sad that council people pick with the audience. Ms. Houston wasn't even here, and she insinuated that Ms. Houston is trying to get the contract to be the interpreter. Ms. Houston, Sarah Houston, she works for the governor. When the governor needs sign interpreter, she works for all the elected officials that comes here. So for her to insinuate that she has a job, you know, and you know, have to be mindful of who's really instigating and starting the conflicts with the audience. What I spoke about last week, I heard Michael Carpenter say some things that puzzled me. So when I went home, I started thinking about it. They said that they didn't have any money to fix up Ms. Towner's house. And I got to thinking, I was against, because they wouldn't give out the information of who owned that historic house that they was getting ready to pay, that they are paying $147,000 for. If you were able to pay $147,000 for that historic house that they fixed up, why weren't you able to paint Ms. Towner's house and fix it? And then the shed probably wouldn't have cost them more than $5,000, but you didn't put her shed back. So now that has me questioning and thinking, you know, was our conversation even legit? And that's what starts the arguments and all different types of things. When you at these tables and you listening to people talk about money coming in to the city of Flint, it's upsetting to see how they all get together and the money stays with the same people instead of coming out to the community with the foot soldiers themselves, and then they want to give out crumbs to the foot soldiers who does all the work. those are the tables that I have been at dealing with the cancer and the kidney. And people who you trying to help, they think that it's a fight or that I'm fighting these people that they so adore. I wish you would change the thought process of knowing that people who's out here fighting for you isn't fighting against you. They're fighting with you, trying to get the money to you that came into Flint for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Austin Ketzbo.
Good evening. My name is Austin, and I'm a resident of the 3rd Ward. I just want to take a minute to talk about something we all see every day. Flint was built for nearly 200,000 people back in 1960. As of today, we're sitting at around 80,000 people. We're still maintaining that same infrastructure from 1960. Roads for 200,000 people, same pipes, same land. That gap that we have costs us money every year. It's not going away on our own. Flint has lost over half of its population since 1960, and we're trying to support that infrastructure with a much smaller tax base. I've been looking into how other cities have handled this. Tulsa created a program to attract remote workers, people who already have jobs, and they brought in thousands of new residents and significant income into that city. Youngstown took a different approach. They focused investment into stronger neighborhoods and started rethinking vacant land, turning some areas into green space instead of trying to maintain everything. Land Bank, we know, maintains, 30,000 properties, somewhere around there? They mow each one of those properties, they maintain each one of those properties, and that costs Flint money. And here in Flint, we already have tools like the Land Bank managing thousands of vacant properties and lots across the city. We're already doing a lot of this work, demolitions, lot maintenance, cleanup. I'm just asking if we can take the next step and be more intentional about where we invest and where we reduce long term. I put together a short one-page summary with some of the research provided. I'm sure there are things that I'm missing in there, but I just wanted to ask. Are strategies like these, bringing in new residents while also right-sizing what we maintain, something the city could realistically explore, even as a small pilot program? I'm not here to criticize. I just think that this is the scale of thinking that the situation calls for here in Flint. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Beverly Biggs Levy.
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm running for the 3rd Ward City Council seat. We got a lot of problems, like Audrey say, back up with this water main breaks. We do need to know when you cut our water off, because we're thinking that go cut the water off or go use the restroom, and we have no water, and nobody has said anything. We went for 24 hours before they even cut mines back on. And it's sad when you have to go to somebody else's house or go rent a room to be able to take a shower and stuff like that. And I noticed that last week Liddell said we need to clean up Industrial Street. There's nothing wrong with Industrial Street. It is clean. I don't know what she was seeing or where she was at, but she, you worried about Industrial Street, go right around the corner from where you live at. There's a house 2 doors on the next street over that's abandoned, has all kind of trash in front of it, the doors are open, but you cleaning up your neighborhood. No, you're not cleaning up your neighborhood. If you can watch in the 3rd Ward and you ain't paying attention to the 2nd Ward, something is wrong. But you out there doing, quote, unquote, the work. There's not no work being done if you're not getting right around the corner from where you live at. is we need to get better of doing the things that we need to do to get the city in order. Like I say, our mayor, if you put him back in office, we're already broke. We're gonna be broker. And everybody need to see that. I know that's y'all's favorite guy, but he's not doing anything for our city. All he's doing is fattening 1, 2, 3 pockets. That's what he's doing, and it's time out. We need a better mayor or a better system for coming here and take care of the resident and the city of Flint. Our city is not being strong. He hollers Flint strong. It is not Flint strong. And I pray that he get it together, because he's not doing what he's supposed to do. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The final speaker for this meeting is Tanya Jones.
Good evening. I'm running late. I just got through feeding the people, the homeless. I'm here. I advocate for my son, which is part of the opioid crisis. But let me get to the point. I wouldn't came today, but the only reason why I came today is because I heard some money was getting passed for the opioid. I think it's different ways y'all could go. I don't have a problem with the deaf community. I like Sarah. But number one, I recall Leon getting $150,000 of the opioid money. I don't know what that was for, and y'all just take it and just do what you guys want to do with it. So my thing is, we out here, we feeding the people. Everybody's not a part of the opioid crisis, but if that's what the money is for to do, my son is a part of the opioid crisis, and I feel like you guys really need to focus on sending the money where it needs to be advocated to. So that's what I'm here for. Once I get my breath, I come back second round, but just what you guys think about it. And Tanya Burns, after this over, I need to see you. It's important. Have a good night.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You said that was the final public speaker, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Unfortunately, if you just make sure that you are present when we go to the next meeting, we will make sure you have your opportunity to speak. It is now time for a council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to speak during council response? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
I'm just going to do a point of order real quick. I just want clarity. Where does it say in the rules that you have to be here? Like, if public speaking is open and he signed up for public speaking, shouldn't he get the opportunity?
Well, she said it was the last one, so that meant
I understand that, but where does it say you have to be here when your name is called?
It doesn't.
I'm asking, I don't know, Madam, through you to the city attorney, city clerk, does he still have a right to his 3 minutes?
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Pfeiffer, it's my belief that as long as we're still in public speaking, he should have the opportunity to speak. You hadn't moved on when he asked to speak. I didn't see him there, so.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, it's hard for you to speak or hear, but I believe you said as long as he shows up during council or during public speaking, you should be able to speak?
I did not notice Mr. Jones was standing there. If I had, I probably would have just called his name and circled back to him.
Okay.
But you hadn't moved on. I believe he spoke up as she was asking who's there at the last speaker. So we were still in public speaking. That's my opinion. So yes, I believe he should have had the opportunity to speak. That's just my opinion.
So it's literally just up to the chair?
Yeah.
So are you asking him?
Yeah, I'm not, if he signed up according to the rules, then I would move that you allow him his allotted time. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. I was happened to have to run down and pick up a bag for the homeless people that I told somebody I was gonna meet up here. So thank you very much. Little slow, getting slow. I'm getting slow. Don't laugh at me. But anyway, I just came up here to say that I had some conversations about the 30-day cleanup, and like one person came to me, they were like, I was trying to talk political, which I wasn't. I really just trying to say let's do this and clean up our city and eliminate a problem that we've been having for a long time, way before any of y'all was on council, and that is the stuff that's not getting picked up on garbage day. And it's some conversations is coming, but I only got one answer. Far as it's two answers, but I received one. The answer that I received, first I'm gonna say what my answer is. My answer is we get together and with this contract, we put language in there that they gotta pick everything up on garbage day. The solution that came to me yesterday was an old solution from back in the day. Our last election, Sister Muhammad, that's get one garbage truck at a time. So maybe we can get our own garbage truck, and that garbage truck job would be to clean up all of this garbage that for centuries, basically, if you really want to look at least a decade, at least 10 years, we've been having a problem to where we need a blight team to go and clean up. And it's like right now, the house in Philadelphia. Whose property is it? Is it the city? Is it land bank? It's too many properties in our city like that that's adding to our blight situation. And then, once again, on top of it, our dumping. So please be creative with the pen and write something that's gonna get our trash picked up. Cause I remember back in the day, we didn't have no conversations like this about trash being left on garbage day. We didn't have no conversation like this when we owned our own garbage trucks. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the final public speaker. It is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers, only after all public speakers have spoken. An individual council member's response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to speak during council response? Councilwoman Burns, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Rich Jones, we do have a garbage truck. Blight does have a garbage truck that they do use when they clean up blight, and often if you need garbage picked up, they have went out to use that garbage truck to go and pick up the garbage. The other things, Ms. Claire McClin with the Gleaver contract, I don't know if there is an update with the city attorney. Attorney Gurley was looking into that. I understand you stating there should be an independent, but me knowing you will not get independent here because I've had to use my own attorney for the last 4 years, it's unlikely to happen for an independent. And attorneys who do municipal government are difficult to find and expensive, very expensive. Through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney, Ms. Gurley, did you have an update on that yet? Are we moving along on it?
Through the chair, yes, we are close to having a final opinion. And we are also working with outside counsel on certain provisions. So I would say by your committee meeting, if not sooner, for April 8th, you'll have a decision.
Okay. So, Ms. McClin, there is outside, and I get what you're saying, completely separate. I get it because I've had to do it. And I had to incur the cost of my attorney myself every single time. So they've getting, because the language is very specific, she said that they are working on it. Also, Mr. Woodson, there was another call with someone. Mrs. Towner called this morning and stated her house was not fixed. She stated she did not sign the paperwork to sign off of that for that lead-based program. Also, Mrs. Ferguson called and said they stole her china and that these were relatives. So Mrs. Towner stated they did not fix her property, did not.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
So I want to address Claire. I have proposed to the mayor that we have a committee of 5 individuals to discuss the water affordability plan. We'll be discussing that further on our next meeting because we had a short time because we were both behind schedule on our regular meeting. So I want to let you know that that is in the works. And the mayor is predisposed towards doing that. Also, I want to apologize to the land bank for my comments last week in my response, in my council response. They are very responsive to me. It's just frustrating. That day I'd had several calls on land bank properties, and it had just, that with other personal items just hit me wrong, and I want to apologize directly to them. I've spoken to Michael Freeman and apologized to him as well. So I want to make that public that I was out, it was just frustration for that day. And thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Seeing as how there's no one else, we will now close council response and move to the consent agenda. Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Send the consent agenda to council.
There's a motion to send the consent agenda to council by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward, properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Are there any separations?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
I'd like to separate 260091 and 250414-T.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward. No problem. The entire agenda has been separated. Moving on to Resolution 260071, which is the rescind Resolution 25039 1.1-T, $150,000 ARPA funding for North Flint reinvestment. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the 1st Ward.
I'd like to make a motion to move Resolution 260071 to council.
There is a motion to move to send 260071 to council. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Is there any discussion? Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you to the city attorney, Madam Attorney, I know there was just the issue in regarding the language, and you had a Tuesday meeting, I believe, with the compliance firm to make sure that we could move forward, because in the resolution it stated ARPA funds. I believe that was one of the issues, and these with the general fund and ARPA funds, as it is stated, do we need to change the resolution, or can we leave it the way it or as is to fund the market?
Through the chair, are you asking if you can simply transfer the money, or?
Can we approve the resolution as it is written?
You can approve the resolution based on the information that's in the be it resolved. I cannot attest to the differences between the two organizations. So as far as the verbiage is concerned, that's accurate, but I don't know the distinction between those two groups.
Yeah. So there was the vetting, because the legal department wanted to vet they were vetting each resolution. Has this resolution been vetted for approval?
That would have to come from the department. As far as I stated originally, both of these organizations are listed under LARA, under good standing.
Okay, thank you.
Is there someone from the administration who can come and speak to Resolution 260071?
Well, don't get all up at once.
Is there someone, we are on Councilwoman Burns's time, so is there someone from the administration who can speak to this resolution?
Mr. Moore, Madam Chair, can Mr. Moore, no, I mean, this is crazy. Yeah, Paul, thank
No,
you.
no, I was gonna give it back to you.
Yeah,
Don't
this-
worry about it, I got it. Mr. Edwards, would you join us at the lectern as well? I don't know, but I'm gonna give you your time back. Please, everyone, I got it. We're gonna wait for Clyde before our starts time over.
Who was the new, Heather, the new Shyness?
No, why would she come up here?
Oh, well, she was walking that way.
I'm gonna give you your time back. I'm just waiting for Clyde to get here.
All right, well, you know, that's a slow walk.
But that means you're gonna have time. All right, thank you very much. Can we please put our time back at 4 minutes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Moore and Mr. Edwards. Has this resolution been approved or vetted to be approved? Because the question was whether once that 40 million in December was voted, and I believe it was deposited in January, the 40 million went into the general fund, even though it's supposed to be an ARPA tracker. With this resolution, has it been vetted that we can okay this to give to the food market? Because I thought that we were waiting, the last meeting, it was on a Monday, and the city attorney Gurley had a meeting on Tuesday. And I'm assuming that is that a standing ARPA meeting where, I don't think, Mr. Moore, you go to that one sometime. Was that the dashboard meeting? Is that the ARPA meeting where you go over the ARPA funds?
I go to the meeting on Tuesday. I don't go to one on Monday, whatever that would be.
Okay. You should be in all meetings pertaining to money in this city. So has this been vetted to be approved? Because I'm taking Attorney Gurley, because I was waiting on your legal opinion because it was the language, but can we approve this tonight?
Through the chair, if I may, I did answer that question last Wednesday during the committee meeting. So what I stated is that you can transfer the money based on the ARPA regulations and what's stated here in the resolution.
So we can vet this resolution, we're okay to go, we're in compliance then?
You're in compliance with being able to transfer the money from the general fund ARPA designation to another organization with the ARPA funds from the general fund.
Okay, so we are taking these funds from the general funds. I'm confused. Can somebody, Mr. Moore, this is your job, can you tell us what's going on here?
I've never been, if you notice, my autograph is not on this resolution. My understanding of the resolution is that you're moving from one entity to another.
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
From my understanding, the purpose of this resolution is to change the name of the entity that you're going to give the money to.
Why isn't your name on here?
I have no idea. I never made it made it to my desk.
So you never got it?
No.
This was not a resolution generated by the administration, nor has it been one that was properly vetted by the administration. It originated in council.
Okay, so who originated it in council?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
So, if I may, the original resolution that council had done for the $150,000, it was brought to, I'll say my attention, because I'm pretty sure this came from the floor, that it was going to the wrong entity and that it needed to be changed to the North Flint Reinvestment name. So this, I believe this resolution was brought from the floor. I believe there's a second page that's missing that actually had more lines. It was not signed I believe it came from the floor unsigned, and you considered it that day from the floor.
So
But-
what do we need to do to get this approved? I mean, Mr. Moore, can you look over by the time we get to council? And Mr. Edwards?
And also, I just want to add, 250391.1 was the resolution that council drafted. This was a resolution that was brought by the administration to replace that because.
By the administration to replace it?
Correct.
So how do y'all not know this y'all resolution?
All right, everybody give me 1 second. I need, as we move forward, everybody go through the chair and so we can keep this conversation in line. I do want to point out again, this particular resolution is not council's resolution.
That's what she just said.
Right, this came from the administration because the wrong name was in the be it resolved of the one that we did from the floor. So all of this is doing is correcting the entity that is supposed to act as the fiduciary for the food market. Other than that, it's the exact same resolution we passed once before. It's just changing the name. And if I heard the city attorney correctly, we are good to pass the exact same resolution we passed before. Is there anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
I think we spoke about this resolution a couple of weeks ago, and my issue, even though I'm going to vote no on this, is it doesn't say anywhere on here that the funds have to be used for a certain reason or a certain entity that is controlled by this, I'm going to say, so this entity controls other entities, and this doesn't say that it's going to the food mart. And I know the North Flint reinvestment controls more than just the food mart. So I don't understand, and this, we're not just replacing the name on it, the entire resolution is being rescinded that we already passed. So my issue is this does not say that this money is going to be used for the North Flint food market at all. So, I mean, I don't understand what I mean, this could be used for the event center. We don't know. So, I mean, that's my, and this is not a complete resolution. It doesn't even have the lines for everyone's signature, let alone the attorney's signature that said that they haven't vetted it yet. So I was told we can't pass anything until it's vetted. So if the city attorney hasn't vetted it, why are we approving it tonight? So, Madam Chair, to you, to the city attorney, isn't what, I think it was policy, or you said that you didn't want anything before us that hadn't been vetted by the city attorneys. So was this not sent to you, or, I mean, I know it's been on the agenda for a couple of weeks, so I guess when are you planning on vetting this for approval?
We can vet it going forward. The major vetting that took place was whether or not the North Flint reinvestment and the North Flint Co-op Food Market Cooperative were in good standing. So that has been done. So both of those organizations are in good standing.
So that's the extent of your vetting?
No, we look at insurance. We look at whether the organizations are in good standing with the city as well as the state, whether the contracts are to the city's standards. So yes, all of those things have to be done.
Do we have a contract, and in that contract, does it state what those dollars are going to be used for?
I have not seen a contract related to this matter. This is something that came from the floor, so it has not come through the city attorney's office.
Okay. So part of your vetting, when you vet this, you will look at a contract that we have or don't have?
If we don't have a contract, then there's usually a proposal.
Okay.
And so in that proposal, it will state exactly what the city is requiring of the group to perform.
Okay,
So we either need a proposal
or the contract.
or a contract.
Okay. So it seems like I don't know that if the city attorney hasn't been given a contract or the proposal, it seems like we wouldn't have that. So I'm going to vote no on this no matter what, but it's up to the council to make sure that the dollars are spent to what their intended purposes are. So I'll yield my time, but it seems like this isn't ready yet.
Thank you. Is there anyone else during the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Just a quick comment, and you know, everybody I think knows where I stand on this, but when we talk about the proposal and we go back to when the ARPA committee was in accepting grant applications, they did not apply. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there,
Madam Chair.
okay, Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So I remember looking at the Flint Food Market application. And so through you, Madam Chair, to the colleague in the 4th Ward, are you saying that the Flint Food Market did not apply for ARPA funding? Is that what you're saying?
So ladies, pardon me, before you answer, it's directed toward the chair. So again, before we even get into what this is about to turn into. Go ahead, you have the floor, Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. So are you saying that the North Flint Food Market did not apply for ARPA funding?
As has been stated through the chair, as has been stated several times in the past, they have not, they did not. They said they did, but it did not appear on our spreadsheet, nor does it show up on the Ernst & Young website as having been applied for.
Thank you. So I remember, if my knowledge serves me correctly, that this was one of the cases where we saw that he printed out a copy from the website. And so when we brought this to his attention, he delivered that copy to council. So I don't want to propel a false narrative that they didn't apply when he presented the proof that he did. So I want to make sure that we eliminate that falsehood there. Furthermore, going back to my colleague in the 8th Ward point, I understand this is when administration came up with a rule, now it's blowing up in your face in terms of vetting. So we can't vet things from the floor, it had to go through the attorney. So now you are, if I'm hearing this correctly, so now administration is bypassing the attorney to get something done? I mean, again, please feel free to point of information me so I can make sure that I'm following this correctly. Okay, so I'm in full support of the food market. They have done their part. The food market is open and flourishing. This is not a shell organization. They are providing fresh food and groceries to the community. Moreover, we have Mr. Threlkell, Pastor Threlkell, on the front row representing wearing the shirt. Clearly, he's wearing the shirt because he's in support. And we have plenty other members that are on this body as well as in the community that want to see this food market win. I'm one of them. So I don't want to nitpick. I don't want to nitpick. We know for a fact that they applied. It's been brought to us before. There's no reason why we shouldn't do it. But again, when the administration says that we cannot just bring anything from the floor, that it must be vetted through the attorney, that's what must happen. So, I mean, again, if I'm wrong, if I have the wrong interpretation, I welcome a correction. Thank you.
Request information.
What is your request?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilmember Lewis. So are you stating that we need to have it, in your opinion, vetted first before council approves this?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take my
No.
All right, so thank you. Is there anybody else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the 1st Ward.
through you to the speakers, I just have a question. I'm in full support of the market, which was already approved, and we just needed to make a change prior to getting to this point that we are at. and it did come from the floor from one of our council members when it did get approved. My only question is, I believe the attorney already had mentioned that it has to follow the same guidelines as the Harper rules and so forth. Can you confirm that or not? So if it is passed or not passed, but if it is passed, will it still have to follow those guidelines as far as like with the contracts and making sure the money is spent and going to where it's supposed to go?
Just say yes. Just say
Yes, they should follow the ARPA guidelines because we're using ARPA funds for this.
Okay, so before any dollars can be spent, it will be tracked the normal process in the normal way and so forth. All right, thank you. I'm in full support of it, but thank you. I just wanted that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the first round of discussion, I will go ahead and take my time. Let's just backtrack and do a little history here. The original resolution came from the administration. What happened was it then on the floor, Councilwoman Burns wanted to give a different amount. So council fixed the resolution from the floor. Fast forward to that is what we did end up going ahead with. Well, now we had already approved a dollar amount for the North End Food Market. What happened was there was something caught where it was going to the wrong sponsor for the food market. So if the concern is the language and whether or not it is going to go to specifically the food market, we can fix that here and now. I am, before I make my motion, I also want to point out that the city attorney has already stated that the be it resolved and everything that it says on this current resolution, it has been vetted and we can pass as is from the be it resolved section. You all just heard her say that tonight. So again, if the concern is whether or not it is going to go to the North Flint reinvestment for the purpose of funding the North Flint Food Co-op, we will go ahead and make that change from the floor to simply say to be paid to the North Flint reinvestment for the purpose of funding the North Flint Food Co-op. We've gone down this road. I thought we were clear of this road. Apparently there was just simply a clerical error that now has us doing way too much when we are all, most of us, are in agreement of the fact that we want to go ahead and help fund this food market. It already had the votes. It already passed. It was a clerical error. We are now fixing the clerical error, and if we want to make sure we're doing our full due diligence, we will go ahead and change it from the floor to make sure it says to be paid to the North Flint reinvestment for the purpose of funding the North Flint Food Co-op, so there is no confusion as to where the council wants this money to go. Madam Attorney, I'm going to go ahead and can we add that language in here right now from the floor? Is that language that will suffice? And again, the language is just simply to be paid to the North Flint reinvestment for the purpose of funding the North Flint Food Co-op. That way, we're not asking, is it going to an entertainment center or anything else or any of the many, many wonderful projects that the North Flint reinvestment, which we'd like to reiterate is not a shell company, one of their wonderful projects that they do, we can make sure is strictly for the food co-op. We're good there, Madam Attorney? With saying that specific language?
Through the chair,
Yes.
that would quell the issue about where the money would go.
Okay. Is everybody fine with that particular language before I make the motion? Because we're going to turn up.
Request for
Go ahead. Yes,
information.
ma'am.
Are we required to have a proposal or contract with this? Because she stated we do not have one.
By approving the money, you will trigger
We
a
can't have a contract till we
contract being reviewed and approved. So you're allowing the money to be submitted to the organization, but then there should be a contract as well.
So once we approve, it triggers the contract to?
It can go after.
Okay.
But
So
it
we
will
can
have to
go
be in
before or
conformity
after.
with your resolution.
And it would be in accordance with the resolution. So once we change the language, the contract also has to state this as well. So I think that satisfies the fact that that is where the money will go. I'm going to make the motion. Everybody good with that? All right.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Point of information.
What's your point?
So we're making sure that it's going to be strictly used on food access.
So the language that we're going to add is to be paid to North Flint Reinvestment for the purpose of funding the North Flint Food Co-op.
From food access, because it's coming from the food access category. Are we having that inside of the language too? Because that was one of the categories.
Madam Attorney, is that necessary, or is the language, will that suffice as stated?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that through the chair?
So Councilwoman Burns wants to know, do we need to specify that it is coming from ARPA Food Access?
I don't know if that was in your original contract, but your resolution, based on what the language is here, you should be mirroring the same language that was in the original reso with the addition of it being used just for the North Flint food market. So I'm not sure if there's specific accounts.
We didn't put the categories on anything, but yeah. I do see what you're saying, though.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so I would like to make a motion, and Madam Clerk, this becomes point 2, correct? No, it's
No,
already
this
point
is-
1. It would become point 2.
This is a point 1.
It would, no, I'm making a motion, so wouldn't it become point 2?
No, because you're amending the.
I'm amending point
7-1.
1?
You're amending the 7-1. This is to rescind 391 altogether. Replace it with this one. So this one would become a
Oh, that's
point
right, I
1.
got you, thank you, Dennis. All right, so I would like to make a motion that we add in the language to be paid, I gotta say the language again, but thank you. To be paid to North Flint Reinvestment for the purpose of funding the North Flint Food Co-op. And that is the motion on the floor. It has been moved, properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Go ahead, Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
This is the roll call on the amendment. Mr. Al-Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
You need him?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstain. I'm a member of the North Flint Market.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett is not in. Excuse me, the vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. That language shall be changed. 1 second. I just need to. Do you, go ahead. Did you have the language? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Motion to send the point 1 to council.
There's a motion to send,
260071.1 to council.
I got you.
Point 1.
Hold on, I have to change it on my paper. There is a motion to send resolution 26007.1 to council, and is moved by the councilman in the 8th ward, supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Council, is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th ward. Mr. Moore, Mr. Edwards, would you please join us at the lectern? Can we pause our time for a second?
Thank you. Yeah, and it's take 40 seconds to walk down here.
RL, can you please?
Yes, dear.
Thank you.
You know what, he's in big.
RL, please. Can you start our time?
Thank you. Mr. Moore, so with the changes, so the proper language that the city attorney, Mr. Edwards, I know that Ms. Gurley, Attorney Gurley is working on that. Are you in agreement with that? Because Mr. Moore, you have to sign off on it also.
Yes, it's not going to, from the finance perspective, it's not changing the dollar amount. We're just changing from one entity to another, so Yes. I'll be
Okay, and
fine.
then, so that way, so that we're making sure, because I thought this was vetted by the time that it came here today, but I guess we're missing a page, and then the contract will be triggered once the vote. So a contract will be, they'll be contacted, is that with Nick? Who will contact the food market?
Yes.
So Nick, who was handling our ARPA funds, which, by the way, Nick can't take questions from council people. He's been told he can't talk to us. Even basic questions. I know you know, Mr. Edward. So,
You're welcome to come down and have a conversation with him anytime you want to. I don't have any problem with
yeah,
that.
and it's just because I do know that we cannot interrupt the flow of, we cannot day-to-day operations,
That's
but a
correct.
basic,
That is
yeah,
correct.
have no, don't want to direct anybody, but just basic questions where it has been a stone wall that they will not even take phone calls. So I don't have time to come down, hey, Nick, what's up, and chat it up. Hey, Nick, got a quick question. Where's Bethel at? Bethel Church, have they got, we're not able to get basic questions, and that is a hindrance for any of the organizations with ARPA. Not asking them, hey, put an extra 25,000. We can't do that. Just basic questions so that we can make sure that we're acting in good faith, but they will not. Literally, you have to tell people, press 1 if you think I'm saying yes, press the button twice for no, because they won't do it. And I'm not being, I mean, it may sound funny, but this is what I've had to ask city employees, because they will not answer questions, and it stops business. So I just want to make sure that we're clear that a contract will be triggered. We did get a email stating that our legal department must vet our resolution, that it was mandatory. It was mandatory. And so that definitely pumped the brakes and stalled that part. And so she stated it doesn't have to have food access on it, but it is stated that it will be used for food. Am I correct? Attorney, through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Gurley?
Yes, that was not in your original contract, so.
Okay, and so, it looks, so you're good to go with everything so we're literally vetting this now, which it should have been vetted before. We got it sent to us. So, Mr. Moore, Mr. Edwards, are we good to go? Because we know that it will stop down in the mayor's office, and I don't want it to sit on that shelf 4 shelves down and not signed if we're stating we're going to get it done. So if we are vetting it now, we need to make sure we vet these, because a lot of these companies or organizations, we don't even know if they got the money. So I'm hoping that the administration, it's election season. Hopefully mayor won't let it sit there on that shelf, we can get it signed, because we're doing everything on the floor now. So we are good to go, and I yield the floor.
Anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Mr. Moore, I was told since we transferred, I think maybe Councilwoman Priestley said this, we have to oblige by the state ARPA guidelines.
These funds have been moved into the general fund. And the resolution that the city council passed when they approved moving the funds to the general fund was that we abide by the ARPA guidelines for that. So following that direction, we will make sure that for this contract that ARPA guidelines are followed.
So is Ernst & Young still managing these dollars or no?
Yes, they are.
Because this states that they're going to ensure compliance with the U.S. Treasury, and I'm like, are we still doing that?
Well, we would not be reporting these to the U.S. Treasury. They don't follow, from the U.S. Treasury's perspective, those dollars have been spent. But the direction we had from the City Council was that we were to treat it just like it was ARPA dollars. So we'll follow all the guidance and rules that we have for those.
So Ernst & Young is still going to be involved until these dollars are fully spent?
Correct.
Okay.
Request for information.
Every time. What's your request?
I know, I got questions, because I'm listening intently, Mr. Moore. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Pfeiffer, and Mr. Moore, have your ear open, please. So these dollars will never show up at the Department of Treasury to them.
Correct.
So the Department of Treasury, it will not show that they received, that our opera dollars went to the food market because it went to the general fund.
That's correct.
Because everything's the general fund. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the first round of discussion? Anyone in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else, this is the roll call vote to send resolution 26007.1 to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
So that means everything that is spent.
Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstain, conflict of
But it
interest.
does not go.
Ms. Burns?
Yes. It does not.
Ms. Mashat?
It does not go.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in.
No, because it's in general fund.
Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. Alamin? The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. Resolution 26007.1 has been moved to council. Moving on to Resolution 26007.3, which is the Budget Amendment 2025-26 Annual Action Plan, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Community Development Block Grant. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the Sixth
Motion to
Ward.
send it to council.
There is a motion to send to council. Is there support?
Second.
Moved and properly supported by, I'll go ahead and use the Councilwoman in the Fourth Ward this time. Is there discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the Sixth
We
Ward.
received the packet. Are they here? I know one of the.
Is there anyone here
Slaughter,
who can
Mr.
speak to
Slaughter.
this? I believe Mr. Slaughter. If you could please join us at the lectern.
Got a little quick thing for you.
Good evening, Mr. Slaughter. Last meeting, I asked, there were some organizations that were on here that were not vetted, and they were not in good standing. I see we got a packet this evening. And so are they now in good standing? Did they make the corrections? And are they here this evening that they would like to speak?
They are here this evening, and they never were in bad standing.
That's not what I got.
That's the information you were incorrect on.
But did you?
But
look
they are
at-
here today to speak on behalf.
Okay, did you look it up yourself?
Yes.
Or someone?
It's my contract.
Okay, well, I'm gonna send you the information that I have that was, as they were going down vetting them, that this was, so they're saying that on the website it was an error?
No, they've just been in good standing up through 2027.
Okay, well, I'm gonna,
And there are several best practices, but you have to put the
so there's
entire.
more, so are they saying this was another best practices?
The best practices that we work with, all I know is they are in good standing and have been.
So you're saying that this is not the same best practice that was on the website?
I don't know what you looked at.
I'm gonna show it to you.
Okay.
I'll give it to you. I don't have no problem with that. I don't have any problem with that, fully transparent. Were
The
you
other
able?
thing that you said was we didn't fully vet. We've vetted everyone, but that
No,
can
I
change
asked you,
every
no, I
day.
didn't say, well, this one came up, but I asked you, could you vet all of those? To
Correct.
make sure? And you said you could do that, so don't put words in my mouth for me, because I'm very clear.
This is what you said when I was walking up to this podium.
No, I asked you, could you? Because this best practices is not in good standing, and I'll send it to you, I don't have a problem with that. I asked you, do we know that they're in good standing? Because this one was not in good standing. I didn't just pull that off, I don't make up nobody's website.
Okay.
So are you saying there's more than one best practices?
Yes, there are plenty. If you go to the state website, yes. But best practices consulting, you have to put the entire name in, as well as the CEO of the company, which is Laura Sigmund.
Oh, that was, okay, I'm gonna pull that up, and I'm gonna show you, I'll get that to you, so that you and I are on the same page, and I'm quite sure that is what it had stated. that was on there. And I don't know them, so I'm impartial. I don't know who they are at all. So I'm impartial to them. Lower Sigmund, okay.
It's right here.
Yeah, because I don't even know who they are.
We get emails on them all the time.
I'll yield the floor. If you want to, what else I have here?
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Through you to the city clerk, Madam Clerk, I requested all the proposals from this, and I believe you submitted the official request. Did you get any response to that? No?
Thank you.
I will double check, but no, I did not. I don't think so. But I'll double check right now.
Dennis, what did you request?
I requested all of the proposals on these, on what they're going to do with these dollars to overlook that. And I haven't received anything. I'm asking the clerk if she's received anything, because she submitted my request to the administration.
And you haven't gotten that either?
No, ma'am.
I need her name again.
Are you yielding your
No,
time?
she's looking.
Oh, she's
up.
looking,
Yeah.
okay.
Looking it up. Are they here for a special order?
Yes, they are.
Are they out there?
Yes, they are.
Where's she at?
I can't see everybody, but
Sir, have you received the request yet to provide all the proposals, or no?
Proposals for what?
All of these grants?
The same proposals that you guys approved in 2025? Is that what you're saying?
A request for the actual proposals. We never even got the.
Yes, you did, because you approved this back in 2025.
We didn't get the actual proposals from each one of these.
Proposals for each agency you're asking
Correct.
for. I didn't get an official email from city clerk to provide.
Madam Clerk?
Yeah, so I sent it to Mr. Edwards only and have not received any response.
You haven't got a response?
No.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards. Madam Chair, Mr. Edwards?
I think he.
Is he, Mr. Edwards not there?
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes, ma'am.
I also want to point out that I did send something this afternoon, right before the meeting started. Mr. Edwards
Madam
did.
Clerk, I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Sorry. Mr. Edwards did forward something to council members this afternoon. I believe it was a copy of the resolution, so I'm not sure if that was the answer to your question.
No, each one of these entities had to have submit something to the city on what they're going to do with these dollars. That would look like that's my request. And it's been my request for weeks to know what each one of these entities plan on doing with these dollars.
Dennis, did you do that at the last meeting?
I did it at the last, either committee meeting or council meeting. And then Madam Clerk followed it up with an email officially to Mr. Edwards, so.
That would also probably be,
I'm just boggled my mind on why I can't get the proposal on all of these entities if we're giving them grants. And you said that you haven't got that request yet? Because this is what the argument that we got into last time. And as soon as we did, I sent the email, and you still saying 2 weeks now, you have still not got that request?
I got the request that you asked for the citywide advisory council.
No, I asked for the meeting minutes on that, which I still haven't got. But
correct.
I also asked for each one of these proposals on each one of these entities on what they're going to do with these dollars.
When at the end of the last meeting that you attended, when President Candace said, go through the
yeah, that was 2 weeks ago.
I haven't received anything from you, or from the city council, rather.
Okay. Well, the city clerk copied me to Mr. Edwards, and I haven't got anything. So, and that's been 2 weeks. And it seems like this should be files that we already have, and they can be forwarded. So I don't understand why 2 weeks we can't get a response.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward.
Through you to our speaker, Mr. Rod, I have a question. With these dollars, I see some organization is receiving multiple grants that exceed over almost $1 million. And there's a lot of organizations who don't even get opportunities or get funding. Is there limitations or something like that with these particular dollars that organizations can get, or they can get multiple grants? Because this is almost over $1 million with one of these organizations.
No, there's not.
So you
based on them applying for certain funds and showing use of those funds.
So you can apply for multiple ones?
Yes, as well as providing matching dollars, yes. Because it is a reimbursement grant, so you have to show proof that you have funds to support the work that you're going to do and get reimbursed.
Okay. Thank you for that, Claire. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So I know I put together a special request for best practices because my colleague in the 6th ward, he mentioned last meeting, he said, he mentioned them by name. And being out in the community, attending these events and working hand in hand with these companies, I wanted them to come up and I wanted them to show the great things that they've been doing. So I'm not against it. I'm not against them telling how they're using these funds. It's a legitimate request. I definitely understand. So I'm definitely for that. And I know, and Mr. Sauter, to your point, I don't remember. Well, he said via email, I believe I heard. But I don't remember us asking that specific question on the floor. But just to let you know, I'm totally for it, Mr. Pfeiffer. I would love to see more people come. We all have a packet here to talk about best practices consulting services. The whole name, because just like you said, Mr. Slaughter, you say best practices, somebody got that. Best practices consultant, somebody else got that. And so you must look up best practices consultant services. Ms. Sigmund and her staff, they've been helping small businesses level up in this community for a long time, especially since COVID. I know personal businesses that they've worked with. They just had a big event at Factory 2 where they were showcasing and highlighting local businesses. So I'll be excited to see more businesses come because this will be an informative moment. Yes. So we all, including the residents, so they can, for one, see where we're putting these monies, and for two, to see how these monies will help the residents. So I'm totally for it, and it is a great idea. And so I wanted to make sure and really highlight that. And the residents, you are free to see my packet that Best Practice Consultant dropped off. I want to make sure that that we put a positive spin on people's names that are doing positive work. They're doing great work in the community, excellent work, located right downtown in the city of Flint. So, so coming back to what we're talking about, so I am totally for the passing of these dollars, and I'm also totally for getting how they're going to spend it, because it's maybe a few people that, I mean, we don't know everything. So for us to find out where these monies are going, it'll be very beneficial. And thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Just want to highlight, how long have you been in this position?
About half a year, I believe.
Hmm?
I believe about 6 months. Close
About
to
6 months,
yes.
right? Okay, so you stepped into some big shoes.
Yes.
Yeah, and so you had to take over a lot. So I'd like to thank you, commend you for the work that you have been doing, working with the small business. 'Cause I've seen you at the events, and I've seen you just picking up where the ball has been dropped. So thank you for your service.
Appreciate that.
That I yield.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the first round of discussion, is there anyone who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Just to be clear, I'm not pinpointing any specific organization. I know my colleague in the 6th Ward had specific ones. I want them all. And the email I sent on March 9th was, can you request the following from the administration? All proposals for the organizations that were selected. I would like to know what each organization has proposed to spend the money on. That's my request on March 9th, and the clerk followed up again saying official one was sent on March 10th. So, I mean, today is the 23rd all day long. So, we're 13 days with not even a response, not even I'm working on it, and that's not to you, Mr. Slaughter. That's to Mr. Edwards back there. So I'd just like to know, like, what is sufficient amount of time if we want to get these programs funded? Why can't we get a simple response to say, you know, here's a link to all the proposals, you know, we'd have nothing. Like literally, I think this is the exact same resolution that doesn't say what any of these are going to be, what the dollars are going to be used for. So I'm sure that the administration has it. Mr. Edwards is not getting up out of his seat for a reason, so.
Can you pause the time, Mr. Edwards? Would you join us at the lectern? Go ahead. This time.
Mr. Edwards,
Yes.
when can I get these proposals?
I would say that you can come down and view the proposals, but we're not sending things around electronically. We have suffered from sending things around electronically because they end up on Facebook. So I'm happy to show you, and any council person is welcome. If any council person.
Whoa. What on this is privilege that isn't FOIA-able? So I'm gonna understand what's the, I mean, if it's.
I'm gonna defer to legal.
If it's
I'll
privilege.
defer to legal
Okay,
because
well, that's all
we've had
fine.
instances, I'm just telling
I
you.
understand that, but if it's FOIA-able, it shouldn't matter.
Then-
So what's not FOIA-able in my request, Madam, through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney?
Depending on the application and what information is required, if there's personal identifying information,
Yes.
that would need to be redacted.
So that can be redacted and sent to me via email?
Yes, but that would be taking time. And then also, if there's proprietary information, that information is not FOIA-able either.
Okay. So are you saying I have to submit a FOIA request?
No, I'm not saying that. But if you are requesting information from administration, then all those documents would have to be presented to the law department to redact. So they wouldn't be able to give the proposals without a review, just to make sure that there's no PHI or any other proprietary information.
Yeah, they can do a spreadsheet, absolutely. I'm not going down there.
Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
I mean, Mr. Edwards, that is just ludicrous. At some point, you get to hold the bag to all the information, and council does not. That's crazy. That's ridiculous to me. It is wrong. because we have a responsibility to be transparent. This isn't your money. It's not, and it's not ours. And so you're holding the balance of the power because you, the city attorney, and Attorney Gurley, I'm not in agreement with you on this, but this goes both ways. The administration doesn't get to choose what they withhold from council. Where's the truth in lending?
We're not withholding.
Well, I'm talking, please, Mr. Edwards, because I've asked you since February the 21st, where is the annual action fund report? And I haven't gotten it yet. And you sent me.
That was what we sent.
I don't have it because I need that. And so when we get this, Mr. Slaughter, let me say this, we don't get anything. What we get is what is in this packet, and that's not sufficient to make a decision. Because we get people say, well, how come I didn't get community block grant dollars? Well, this organization got it. Well, what do I have to do to get them? And it should be fair across the board. And the biggest complaint people get is the same organizations that keep getting the money, and people do not get a new opportunity to develop their organization, and it's not fair. It's not. And so you hold all the chips, and I don't know if it takes, because I've had to sue the city about your illegal ARPA committee and won. We shouldn't have to do this. Y'all do stuff that is not above board. Through you, Madam Chair, to the city clerk, do you have the annual action fund report? I sent 3, 4, 5 emails. And last one you got at 4 o'clock, no, 2 o'clock today and 4 o'clock in the morning for the annual action plan report. Do you have that?
I don't have a formal response to your email. What I received was what I sent to council, which I believe is a copy of the resolution.
But Mr. Edwards, where's the annual action plan report?
Through Madam Chair, to Councilwoman, that is the response. I talked with the division and sent you the material. That's the material that was given to me. I forwarded to the clerk for each one of you. It's a relatively 15, 16, 17-page document.
Well, I'm a reader, so I'm up at night sending emails, so I don't have a problem with the length of something.
That's fine.
And so,
What you sent to me.
until, like Councilman Pfeiffer,
Thank you, Councilwoman Burns. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round of discussion. I forgot my thought. We'll go ahead and do the roll call.
Madam Chair.
Oh, 1 second. I'll take my time. Go ahead, Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, I just need to respond.
Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, the idea that the administration is not trying to cooperate with council is a false narrative. We are trying to cooperate. We make things available. It's not hidden just because it's not
request for
sent.
information.
I allowed that person.
Request for information, that means
Excuse me,
yield the
Mr.
floor.
Edwards, 1
Okay.
second. What is
Thank
your
you.
request to the chair?
My request is the only way we can get full documentation is to come down to the mayor's office.
All right, so we will go ahead.
My response to that individual.
To the chair.
To the chair, is that in fact,
Yes.
there are regular appointments to come see all the documentation and material that any council person wants to see. Anyway, everything's available. We post everything. It's submitted to the federal government. Everything is available. So any claims otherwise are just flat out
So,
false
Mr. Edwards, what I will say with this particular resolution, because that's what we should be speaking on right now, is this particular resolution. I do understand what you are saying when you speak about, or what, Madam Attorney was saying when she spoke about proprietary information and that not being able to be out on the internet. So I am in agreement with that. However, my colleague in the Fifth Ward did have a good suggestion, and maybe moving forward, we should look into at least sending something down with a paragraph or something of saying how everyone what they're going to do with the money. I mean, I think that at one point in time, you used to overload us with information, and I do understand that times there were questions that made it appear as though maybe the information wasn't all being read. But I think what happened at that point in time is because we weren't getting the information in a timely manner. We now do receive information in a timely manner. So feel free to overload us once again, and then we can just kind of go from there. But I am in agreement that with this particular resolution and the fact that there is a lot of proprietary information that goes into these organizations and the work that they do, that we want to make sure that we're safeguarding their private information. But I do think that there can be something that is shared of what they propose to do with the funding. And I also agree with my colleague in the first ward and where he was going with maybe better communication for residents so that we can figure out how to open this funding up to people who may not necessarily get funding or may not know that these opportunities are available. I think that there's a middle ground for everyone and we can all do such. I also know that there are several colleagues who have strong feelings about the administration, and so the comfort level of meeting the administration down there may be a bit of a problem. But Mr. Edwards, everybody loves you, so if you could come up to our conference room sometime and share that information, I think that that would be better received. Thank you for your time. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Sorry, this is the roll call vote for Resolution 260073, which is the Budget Amendment 2025-26 Annual Action Plan, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. Resolution 260073, which is the Budget Amendment 2025-26 Annual Action Plan, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant, has failed to move to council.
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
I make a motion to send 260073 to Finance Committee with the note that it needs to come with a summary.
Perfect. There's a motion to move Resolution 260073, which is the Budget Amendment 2025-26 Annual Action Plan, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant dollars, with the caveat that it must go there with a summary to Finance. Roll call, is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes. Thank you, babe.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett is absent. Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 260073 has moved to Finance. 260089, which is the acceptance of the Genesee County Senior Millage Funding Eric Mays Senior and Community Service Center Fiscal Year 2026 Budget Amendment. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Make a motion to send to council.
There's been a motion to send to council. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
I believe there were several questions in regard to that. I don't know if Mr. Moore, I don't know who needs to come down for this one, but to the chair.
I believe Mr. Moore, and then I also believe that there are some questions that you had for Ms. Wiggins as well, something she would be able to answer if she is present. Is she present? If she could join us at the lectern.
Hi, Mr. Moore. And there it wasn't just my questions, actually. I think the council as a whole wanted to know about the ARPA dollars. Oh, you got good bending skills. Thank you.
Thank you.
So one of the questions was, you have on here that personal expenses, 120, I'll let you explain what is on the paper. And then my other question is, can we use ARPA funds for the Mays Center? And it was stated that this was a salary. And with the department, if we're following the ARPA guidelines, even though it's in general funds, can we use this for a salary?
Yes.
Because it's in general funds.
Well, more than that, we used, the resolution that was approved had a number of different positions that were approved for using ARPA dollars. And this was just one of the positions.
What was the positions? Because I know we did holiday pay. I don't know of any other positions.
There was a number in the planning development, I think one in the finance.
You know, we didn't approve that. I don't recall that.
There's the resolution number that is on the sheet.
Was it a personal service contract?
No, it's not a personal services contract. It was a resolution authorizing the expenditure of the ARPA dollars for hiring some staff.
What, do you know what resolution that is?
Yes, it's 240139.
And Madam Chair, to the city clerk, can you pull that up and email that to us, please? Because we don't have a copy of that. One of the questions was, so to my understanding, so you're saying because it was a past practice, I know I never approved funds for salaries. I did hazard pay for our workers, our essential workers, because they have to work through COVID. That is, to me, a separate, when we talk about a salary for a year ago. COVID was 2020 and 21. This was 2025. And hazard pay was approved because our essential workers, police and fire and so on, had to come to work when the world was shut down. The Mays Center, and actually I don't think it's just the Mays, well, right now it's just the Mays Center, but it's also going to be the McKinley Center too. We don't even know how much is Mrs. Wiggins being paid. What's her contract? We don't even have that. We've never been told. Mr. Moore?
I understand. That question would be best asked to the HR department.
Well, is Mr. Eddie Smith here?
I don't believe so. I haven't seen him.
Okay, can I get a referral to Madam Clerk, Madam Chair, to the clerk, and redact the personal information? Because we never saw the personal contract. So you're asking us today to approve some funds, again, when we have not been given the information. We have not been given it. And I like the programming that you have. I do, the quilting, the Miss Senior person, and it's very innovative. But when we're using ARPA funds, we're required by certain guidelines to follow those. And when we're looking at past practice with this 240139, I don't recall it, and I do not. And I don't want to pause necessarily our senior centers, you know, like expenses. Can you explain, and it's going to run out of time, for your personal expenses and supplies? The supplies are at $34,000 in fiscal year supplies, and operating expenses are at $124,200. And so we need to know, where did the money come from before?
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion? Anyone in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Councilman Pfeiffer.
So, Mr. Moore, the resolution number that you noted on this paper I wasn't able to find the resolution, but I found it on the ARPA budget report, and it says ARPA Administration Coordination. So are you saying that we funded this center because we approved ARPA Administration Coordination?
A number of positions were listed, and that's one of them that's listed on the resolution.
Point of information, can he speak up?
The resolution listed a number of different positions, and it's.
So the ARPA Administration Coordination Resolution noted a position for the senior center administrator?
It's request for information or point of information. This is resolution 240139.
Yes.
We do mention a community center liaison on this.
You have the actual
Yes.
report, or the actual?
Yeah, if we're talking about 240139, which was presented on 4/17/24 and adopted on 4/22/24, it does mention the community center liaison.
That's a liaison, we don't a director. Because she's a director, she's running the center with respect.
Is that what you're referring to? Is that what she's
That's
meaning?
correct.
Because I'm on Mr.
Yes.
Pfeiffer's time. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So,
Where's that again?
I don't have it. Is it being emailed or what? Madam Clerk, are you emailing that resolution?
Because we haven't gotten it yet.
So, Mr. Moore, how much exactly did we apply for to the Genesee County?
54,000.
Was this only a partial approval? Did we apply for more and then they gave us?
We originally applied for $175,000 and they approved $54,000, $700.
Mr. Moore, do you know how much the city of Flint residents are taxed? And are we getting the full amount that the city of Flint residents are taxed? Are we getting that? Or is that going to Out County?
I don't think we're getting all our contribution back, if that's what you're asking.
Madam Chair, through you to the city attorney. The city attorney, isn't the city of Flint residents entitled to the full dollar amount that we are being taxed? Or are we responsible for funding Out County senior centers buildings?
Well, the millage is countywide,
Okay.
and so that money is divvied up based on the level of service, and that includes the number of members who patronize a senior center, the types of programs, and the number of programs that they have to offer. So the city is at a level 1, which puts it at about a little bit over $72,000 that it would be eligible for. And because they were awarded the money after the beginning of the October fiscal
Prorated?
year, yes.
Okay.
So that's why it is $54,000 that the county has awarded the city.
Gotcha, okay.
Thank you. Anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
4? Did I say 4? I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. So, Mr. Moore, what is the total operating cost for the senior center per year?
This fiscal year, we're planning to spend approximately $158,000.
And then 27?
27, we're going to be recommending $246,100.
So, with respect, Mrs. Wiggins, this has nothing to do with you. We have not had to pay for any senior center since emergency management. This was politicking. We haven't had it in our budget at all. What we had was nonprofits like Hasselbrink, which used the city facility that cost the city $0. And all because the mayor got mad because someone came and he wanted them out of that center, he kicked out Hasselbrink. Hasselbrink is now over at Calvary Church. And so when you use your authority to take it out on the senior center and then replace it, and not you, Mrs. Wiggins, because you do a great job over there. We need 2 senior centers because the seniors felt, like they were pulled. And so now this is costing the city, fiscal year 26, $158,000. Fiscal year 27, $246,100. And the city paid 0 since emergency management. We've had 5 emergency managers. So to prove a point, he took the city checkbook, and now we are taking money we could have used for something else. That other agency was in good standing. They were always in good standing, Hasselbrink, and still in good standing. What he did was split this community. This community was split, and it shouldn't have been, where seniors have had to choose, where do I go? And where are my alliances at? It shouldn't have been done. And now we're facing budget issues, and he said he has a healthy budget, but it's ARPA making the budget healthy. ARPA isn't going to last forever. It's just not. And how long can we sustain? Because $54,000 is not going to sustain the senior center, and not with the level of activities that we have. And this is very deceiving. People will just vote for any, but this is fiscally irresponsible. We have 2 senior centers that are less than 7 minutes apart if you drive a major road. Flushing Road to Ballinger, or you can take it straight to Brown, or however you want to get there. But this was derived out of the mayor evicted them, put them out over something political, and now the residents are getting ready to pay $246,100 for a temper tantrum.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion?
Yes, Madam
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
And to Councilwoman Burns's point, I'm gonna finish it. To your point, now that the ARPA funds is now in the general fund, I have a strong feeling that the mayor is, how would I want to put this? He's abusing the $75,000 threshold. He's using that to fund that center. Because I want the residents to understand this. He doesn't have to come before council to get that approved. So that's how that's being paid. Okay? So it's a lot here. It's just a lot. And Ms. Wiggins, nothing against you. It's just a lot with this. This is why we have to do check and balances. Okay? We have to do our jobs. So I just wanted to finish that up. I yield the floor, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So I am totally for the progressive things taking place at the Main Center. You do a lot of great work there. Just like Councilwoman Burns mentioned, the patents and stuff, total ingenuity. But I do have one concern, and this isn't with you, it's with the administration. So when council people cannot use the facilities and have to jump through red tape, that's a problem. And so it's nothing to do with you. This is to do with administration. So I want to make sure that we put it on the floor. What's the proper protocol? So through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, maybe he can join them at the lectern, just so we can put it on the floor. What are the proper protocols? And Mr. Taylor maybe can join them too.
So I think that Ms. Wiggins, are you able to walk us through the proper protocol? You're not able to walk us through the proper protocol. Sounds good.
All right, thank you so much. Because I know that I was supposed to have a town hall meeting with Consumers Energy, but it was basically not approved, and I kept getting told different things. So I didn't know what that was about. So I just want to put it on the floor so we can determine if other colleagues would like to have events at the Main Center, what's the proper protocol? Do we have to fill out paperwork? Because I was told that I have to have a face-to-face meeting with the administration in order to have these meetings. So as I prepare to vote in favor of this, I would like to put it on the floor. What is the proper protocol for council members to use these facilities? Because if we can't use it, I mean, I don't see the point of it getting the second ward support. Go ahead.
Am I the one? Okay. I know that, to my understanding, everyone has to fill out a application for their use of the, whether it's the Mays Center or the McKinley Center. There's no cost to anyone as far as council is concerned. I don't know about the face-to-face meeting part, but I do know that you have to fill out an application. So that's all I can say.
Thank you so much, Mr. Taylor. And so that leaves a big question mark over my head because, again, I went through the proper protocols to reserve this facility that we are going to vote on for tonight, and I was told that I'm supposed to have a face-to-face meeting with the mayor or with the administration before I can move forward. So that's problematic. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to have a discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Councilman Leon Alamy.
To my colleagues, I ask that we have political neutrality. The welfare of our seniors should unite us regardless of our political affiliations or our concerns with certain individuals. I urge all my colleagues to consider the broader implications of our decision today. Supporting this resolution is not simply about funding, it's about committing to the dignity and well-being of our seniors, our community's most valuable members, and for that, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else, this is the roll call vote for Resolution 260089, acceptance of Genesee County Senior Millage Funding. Eric Mays. No, I'll go ahead and take my time. There is a correction that Mr. Pfeiffer has brought to my attention. Mr. Pfeiffer, if you would please point of information me.
Yeah, are you aware that the monies extend beyond our fiscal year, so we need to change it's further resolved to include a portion of fiscal year 27 in the budget?
Do you have the exact language that it needs to?
I would ask Mr. Moore to approach.
Mr. Moore, if you would please approach the lectern.
Mr. Moore, since I'm sorry, this is your time.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Moore, since this extends beyond our fiscal year, from the dollars allocated from the county, do we need to put fiscal year 27 to?
That'd be appropriate, yes.
Okay, so are you in agreement that the last statement, do you have this in front of you or no?
I do not, no.
Okay. Is it further resolved that the fiscal year 26 / fiscal year 2027, or do we do a portion of the 2027?
Into fiscal year 27 would be appropriate, yes.
Okay, so I would say just do maybe / fiscal year 2027, Madam Chair,
Okay.
as the language.
Madam Attorney, Madam Clerk, we would like to make sure first, Madam Attorney, that is fine, that we're just saying further resolving that FY 2026 / 2027.
That would be appropriate through the chair. This funding goes through, I believe, September 30th, which does cross your 2027 budget.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, we would like to make that slight change. There's a motion on the floor is it appropriate to go ahead and turn this to a point one and make that motion?
Madam Chair.
Correct. Go ahead.
To the attorney. It reads fiscal year 2026 budget is amended. 2027 should it state once it is adopted, because 2027 hasn't been adopted. So usually the resolutions will say upon adoption. So fiscal year 2026 budget is hereby amended. 2027 budget upon adoption.
Yes, you're correct, clerk.
Okay.
So, Madam Clerk, how are we adjusting this?
So it is further resolved that the FY 2026 City of Flint budget is hereby amended, comma, and the FY 2027 budget will be amended, or upon adoption. So it doesn't have to be amended. Actually, its 2026 budget is hereby amended, and the 2026 budget upon adoption to recognize and appropriate these funds. I think that would be okay.
Can you just put all of that together so that we have it on record?
So it is further resolved that the FY 2026 City of Flint budget is hereby amended, and the FY 2027 City of Flint budget be adopted to recognize and appropriate these funds for senior center programming, et cetera.
All right, so moved. Is there support? There's a lot of support there. We'll just take Fourth Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Dennis Clark.
Ms. Burns?
Yeah, and I had to take an emergency call. I have a relative that's going away to Ann Arbor, U of M.
Can you just repeat the language?
So this is to amend 260089 to appoint one, to amend the second resolved paragraph to read, it is further resolved that the FY 2026 City of Flint budget is hereby amended, and the FY 2027 budget be adopted to recognize and appropriate these funds, et cetera.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 260089.1.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Pfeiffer.
Motion to send 260089.1 to council.
There's a motion to send 260089.1 to council by a councilman in the 8th Ward, supported by the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Is there a discussion?
Madam Chair, I just have-
Councilman Pfeiffer.
Madam Chair, through you to the city attorney.
Madam Attorney.
Madam Attorney, does it, and I'm just thinking out loud, does this, because it doesn't say how much we're putting in 2026 or 2027. So how are, we're not directing them to put 90% in 2026 or Like, how are we,
If I, through the chair, if I understand your question correctly, they could very well use the money all
in 2026?
in 2026. They just have until September 30th to use it all.
So do we, because we're allocating it between two different budgets, do we need to tell them how much to allocate per year? We can leave that blank?
You can leave that blank.
Okay. Then I yield.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round of discussion? Anyone in the second round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
You have the floor in the second round of discussion.
Thank you. So we did get, and we're still on, so the salaries. I don't remember this. Madam Clerk, can you get a copy so we'll know who voted yes on this? For this resolution, because this resolution before states that, I know it was a problem when Hasselbrink's director was getting $50,000, but this resolution says for 2 coordinators at $84,500 per person. And office supplies. So this is, basically, this is out of, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, are these, there's $462,500. Is that the total amount out of ARPA funds that was approved for the May Center and McKinley Center to be paid for? Because that is the resolution 240139.
Was your question if it includes fringe and benefits?
Nope, that wasn't my
Okay.
question, because,
hear it,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, no, that's separate. Fringe and benefits is another 37, that's 37,000.
That is included. I didn't hear your question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And so, Mr. Moore, so are we with the total that it's costing us for McKinley Center and for the Mays Center, $1,462,500?
I'm not sure where you're getting
That's
that
the
number.
resolution you said, 240139. It gives for 2 coordinators, wage and fringe, the total for $422,500.
That's over a number of years.
2.5.
Right.
So 2.5 years, that was your total for them. Then we also have $25,000 per year, portion of existing budgets, grants manager, and so on. Portion of existing procurement, 2 new coordinators, and portion existing business. And Madam Clerk, I would like to know who approved this. Because guess what we paid before? Nothing. $0. And now we're taking on the cost of a center that was funded with a nonprofit for a couple of decades, at least 2 of them, that cost this city nothing. Nothing. And we're now saying we're taking $1,462,500 that we could be using for something else.
Point of information.
You might as well just wait. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay, go ahead. I will wait.
Go ahead.
Real my wait.
So you have 8 seconds left. She's just taking your
So
time.
I guess that's a guess, so.
I'm sorry, is there anyone else in the second round of
Chair.
discussion? Councilwoman Priestley.
So I'm looking at this resolution, and the $1.4 million has very little to do with the centers. Most of it is for management procurement rate of the grants manager, 2 new coordinators within finance for 2.5 years, 2 new coordinators within business and community services. The only amount that deals with the community center is 1 community center liaison, wage and fringe for 2.5 years to help administer federal funds awarded to all 6 community centers, a total of $187,500 for 2.5 years.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Does it state in the resolution, city administration recommends reallocating $1,462,000 $500 of ARPA funds. It states that in that second paragraph of ARPA.
It also says in that detail that it is for these purposes, and the total
So
equals
multiple
1.4.
departments.
Multiple departments, multiple people, multiple expenses.
Point of information,
What's your point of information?
did we pay this prior for Hasselbrink or any other senior center?
Ms. Priestley, you have the floor.
So when it's talked about $1,462,500, only $187,500 of that is for community centers. Thank you.
Request for information.
Were you yielding the floor? She yielded the floor. Okay, perfect. Is there anyone else in the second
We're not
round?
honoring that. I'll let her slide with that one.
She
thank
she yielded the floor.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the Fifth Ward, you have the floor.
What was your question?
We still got salaries. Don't make a difference. We didn't spend any of this. And it states right there in that paragraph.
So Mr. Moore, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Moore. So, Mr. Moore, we still have the salaries. The salaries total, each coordinator, 2 new coordinators. This was back, they voted on this back in,
December?
No, April of 2024, right? So you have 2 coordinators, $84,500 per year, per person. That totals $422,500. Who voted on this? Madam Chair, through you to Clerk Davina. Clerk Donahue, can we get a count of who voted on this resolution when you get a chance?
Yes, I'm looking that up right now.
Send that information to me. I don't remember this. I don't remember voting on this. Because I probably wouldn't have voted on something like this. You know, saying that all of the politics that was surrounded around that center, I wouldn't have voted on something like that. And I don't think I'm going to be voting to accept this grant, this millage. Judy, you might better keep your mouth shut. I vote the way I feel that should be voted
So
on.
ladies, we're not going to do that in between each other. Councilwoman Priestley, Councilwoman Murphy Carter did have the floor. So now we're going to move on to Councilwoman in the second ward. I believe you asked for the floor.
So Mr. Moore, tell us a little bit about the mayor's budget, park and recreation budget. It says, I'm looking at the sheet that you passed out, it says the mayor's budget, parks and recreation budget. I didn't know that we had one, so could you please tell us a little bit about that budget?
The mayor's budget, the salaries are coming out. The ARPA and the salaries are part of the mayor's budget. He oversees the staff that runs the community centers.
Okay, so the park and rec budget has money.
Budget is just for the supplies for the center. That comes out of the Parks and Recreation Fund.
Okay, so the Park and Recreation Fund is established just to pay for center personnel and supplies?
That's correct.
Okay, and, because I never heard of that before, and you said it's funded through?
It's funded through a millage for Parks and Recreation.
Go back to committee.
Oh, so the city, we have a park and rec millage that we receive?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And how much is the millage?
Oh, I don't remember that off the top of my head. We've had it for years. It was voted on, I believe, by the people a few years back.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right, great. And so, just want to be clear. So you said, so, what about the things such as park upgrades, like, for example, Haskell Field, the new field that the mayor laid, did that come out of this budget as well?
I'd have to double check that, but it very well may have.
Okay, because, so the mayor has a budget, because I'm really in the parks, hence I've been coined Yogi.
It is part of the annual budget appropriation process.
Say it again?
It is part of the annual budget appropriation process.
Okay, and so was it specific by line item, or was it just this money going to the, because I've never seen this before, and I would like to have a breakdown of, hey, when this started.
Request for information.
During the budget hearings, we did
Request for
provide-
information. To the speaker, are you aware that our Parks and Rec dollars that we get from the millage go directly to the county to supplement the Mott grant just for mowing?
I'm aware that it goes to the county, yes, so seeing that the city has their own piece is interesting, and I just want to figure out what are we doing with where this money is coming from and what we're doing with it, because it's the first time I've ever seen it. And so since I'm really invested in parks and recreation, I'm really interested in seeing, learning more about this budget, in the mayor's budget. So I know he wants us to come down to his office, but it might be great if he come up here or have representative let us know what's his budget and what it's all about.
Would Councilwoman Lewis be willing to send it back to committee?
Sure.
If you could make that request, I don't have any more time.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Moore. So, I would like to put a motion on the floor to send this resolution back to the Finance Committee.
Support.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution 260089.1 to, what committee was that, Finance? And it was properly, that motion was made by the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward and supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is six yes, 2 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no. Resolution 260089.1 will go back to Finance. Moving to Resolution 260091, which is the Sign Language Interpreter City Council meetings. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
motion to send it to council.
There's a motion to send to council. Is there support? Supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. We have been trying to, it says to do all things necessary. I know one of the things was for digital and different things, but until then, we need to have something in place till we move to that other end. And so I think we need to, you can vote up, vote it down. I am in support of it. We need to find a way to communicate with our entire community, and our deaf community is important in our community, especially since they're within the city limits, you know, the Michigan School for the Deaf. So I am for supporting this. We know that we've seen them, and I hear what other people are saying. Well, we need to have, there's digital here, and we can do this, but we don't have that right now. What we could have at our next council meeting as an interpreter, I don't feel that you should have to call 2 days ahead and say, hey, I want to attend a council meeting, because that's a language barrier, and we need to remove barriers. We know that the mayor found it in his budget, and we need to find it in ours. And communicating wholly with our entire community is important. And the sad part is you shouldn't have to come and beg to have something that should be done naturally. I watch other city council meetings, and they have interpreters. Some of them have them down in that little corner box, some have them standing right up there.
Request for
However,
information.
What is your request?
Councilwoman Burns, could you tell me the municipalities that you referred
Madam
to?
Chair, could I tell you what? Madam Chair, what would you like for me to do?
Oh, excuse me, through you to Councilwoman Burns?
oh, I'm sorry, yes, Detroit is one of them.
Okay, thank you.
And so I just want to, I don't want to get bogged down with this, but let's make sure every person in our community has the ability to communicate and to know what's going on. And so I feel it's important, and I am in support of it. This is something that is, I mean, it should be done, period. And so until we get, and I know you're hearing that static. I know you are. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. And if we could, Madam Clerk. You, yeah. We need to make sure that every person in our community can be able to hear what's going on. They're entitled to know what's going on in these meetings. I am in support of this. We've heard many discussions about Miss Sarah Houston, who was born with 2 deaf parents, and her being able to communicate. She's a sign interpreter, and she has made it well known every single place in time with someone who clearly understands growing up and as an adult herself how important it is, and teaching this language, which is a language. It is a language, and without us having it, creates a language barrier. So I am supporting this. I don't think we've all listened to her. She's very well spoken. We understand the need for it, because Lord knows we found $1,462,000 for a second senior center when we paid $0 before. $0. And so we need to pull this out of whatever fund to make sure all members of our community can understand what's going on in our meetings, and that they choose to stroll in here, because I'm quite sure not everybody decided, I'm going to prepare 3 days early or 2 days early to come to the council meeting. Some people may have just decided to come to the council meeting tonight, or the very last minute. And so we need to make access available to all people. So if we got availability for $1,462,000, I think the total was $30,000 for the year, I believe. That is minuscule compared to what we're talking about for things that are pet projects for other people, when this is a language barrier. I will be supporting this to do all things necessary, because we don't have the technology. Our technology's got issues actually going on with it. And now I'm tuned into and it doesn't even bother me, the static, but I know that some of my colleagues, it irritates them. So I will be supporting this so that they can have immediate access if they choose to come. And for those who are on TV, and the interpreter may have to move a little bit because our camera person, it'll flip. So they may have to, do a little jot from here to there, but we're gonna have to make it work. So I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilman in the 8th Ward.
So I'm not against the sign language interpreter. I guess how is this functionally going to work with the limited number of cameras through you to
Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk? How is this going to work?
So the long-term goal would be, if it's council's desire to do this, it would be necessary to install a 3rd camera.
So, but this isn't long-term, this is for the next 3 months. So
correct.
What is the plan for the next 3 months?
So the immediate plan would be, if, again, it's what council is trying to do. If council wants to have someone in the room to have sign language available to the people in the room, that's not a concern. If the goal is to show that also on the YouTube channel concurrently, then the camera that is right now that shows the council body might have to be focused on that individual. So it's possible that you might not be able to see the council members, because right now we don't have the picture-in-a-picture
Yeah.
type capability, so it would just mean the camera would be focused on the sign language interpreter during the meetings. Or, again, if the purpose is to have it for the people in the room, then they would just operate somewhere within the camera range.
Okay, so I guess that's why, I guess I'm not going to support this today. I think that we are potentially going to close down our transparency and not in letting the public see their council members, and the camera will be focused on the sign language interpreter. So that doesn't make sense to me. Like, we're supposed to be transparent, but our voice, you're not going to see us speaking, you're going to see a sign language, and then our voices are going to be in the background. Is that what I'm hearing? The camera back there would be focused on the sign language interpreter, but folks watching on YouTube would not necessarily see me speaking?
I see what you're saying.
Correct. If you would want the person that would be doing the interpreting to be shown the entire time.
Okay.
And again, that's just what we are capable to do immediately.
Well, I think if we're going to have a sign language speaker or sign language interpreter, then we would want them being shown first time, but I don't think that we should sacrifice transparency in having our motions and our words and our demeanor hidden from the public during those conversations. So that's one thing. So I don't think that we are fully prepared to implement this in a good way. The second is, why is it $25,000 for 3 months? Like,
that was just the number that was.
So we don't have actually quotes yet?
No, that was just a figure that Ms. Burns had spoke to last meeting.
So I don't like giving blank checks. To me, that's a blank check. And the third issue is, I think we have dollars in the city council budget that we don't allocate every year. Is that a correct statement? I know the last 3 years we've left money and we haven't used it all. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct. There are some fund dollars that aren't used.
I think that we can do a budget amendment for our already existing budget, and I don't think that this is appropriate use of the opioid fund settlement when we still have dollars, or we still have overdoses and everything else. I don't know that this is a good use of the city opioid settlement fund dollars. So unfortunately, I'm not going to support this tonight, but I think we need to be fully, if we're going to jump in, let's make sure we got cameras, let's make sure that we got quotes for all of this stuff, and let's move forward in a diligent manner, not just throw money at it and not have a good plan. So I'm not going to support this tonight, but I look forward to seeing a plan where we can fully implement this and move forward that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
In the first round of discussion, Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
So since we started discussing this issue and it was brought forward to us and ding, 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 light bulb, I actually went to Detroit's rules and to see what they had, if anything, in their city rules, because I was also working on revising our current council rules, and I wanted to see what they had. But they have in here for translators. The council shall seek to provide translators at each of its sessions and all meetings of its standing committees for each language requested, including the hearing impaired, where the translation is necessary to enable Detroit residents with limited English proficiency to participate in the proceedings. The service will be provided as long as the request for such translation services is communicated to the clerk of the council at least 48 hours before the meeting. So I do know that they were working on revising the rules, but this is the same language that's currently on the Detroit City webpage. And I think if the problem is that if we're gonna have interpreters in here, then, and I want people to come, but we do have to have a minimum of 2 interpreters here during our council meetings. If you're gonna go on the YouTube channel, they have closed captioning. I don't know how accurate those percentages are, but if we're gonna have somebody here, we need 2. And I don't know how much the current rate is for that. Because I haven't worked with that service since the mid-1980s.
Well, you can't, because I can still assign them.
But because they have to be able to switch off. They can't do an entire meeting. They have to be able to switch off. But our technology cannot show that on YouTube. So if people want to come and participate, we can have interpreters here, but on YouTube, it would have to be either down the line, the enclosed interpreter signing our meetings, or closed captioning. They can do closed captioning now. I don't know how accurate it is. I haven't followed it and I don't watch it. But in order to have interpreters here, I think that we need to have some kind of notice so that we can have interpreters here. Just know that they won't be on camera for the people at home who are watching. But I think it's important to have the ability to have interpreters here if needed. But in order to get them scheduled through like Communication Access Center, they need time to get people and lined up to work that night, our nights. And we don't know how long of those hours are gonna be. And they have a minimum. And so I have concerns with this whole thing. But I want to provide the hearing impaired with the services needed. But I also don't want to pay for interpreters here in this room if there's nobody using them. Which is why I agree with the 48 hours, or no, on Friday if you're going to come, or they might have to bring their own interpreter if it's before, because we need that time to schedule it. And that's a problem. So that's where I'm at with this. I'm at 100% in favor of communication for the deaf. As I've said before, I used to work for the precursor of Communication Access Center, Social Services for the Hearing Impaired. And I've done tax returns for many deaf people, including your parents in the past. So I want to make it available, but we have to realize that just because we don't have the technology here doesn't mean we shouldn't have interpreters here if needed. And I'm 100% in favor of requesting it prior to our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, if you could start walking towards the podium. And I just want to say this. I fully support, accessibility for our deaf, the hearing impaired, our deaf community. But my concern is the funding for this. And I see that we're trying to fund it through the opioid settlement fund, okay? Did we look at other ways to fund this resolution before dipping into that fund?
No one asked my opinion for that when they prepared their resolution. So if you ask, from my perspective, I might have, we probably could have found room in the general fund if needed.
Okay. Well, we need to certainly look into that. So Madam Chair, through you to Clerk Donahue. So Clerk Donahue, where did you do this resolution?
The resolution was brought from the floor during committees, and Councilwoman Burns, it had blanks. And I think she just made some suggestions for the dollar amounts and the funding source.
Okay.
And so I just put those in based on what was voted on last meeting.
Okay.
But I can expand on some of this if you would like.
Well, I would think that, Mr. Moore, would you be able to find other sources to fund this?
I'm sure we could, yes.
Because I would hate to take money out of the opioid settlement fund to fund this, when I know we probably have other funding sources for this. I'm going to yield.
Okay.
I'm going to yield the floor.
This is the never mind, this is only the first round. You're fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to yield the floor so that my other colleagues can speak.
Okay.
And then
Alrighty.
I would think that.
Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the third ward, you have the floor.
I was wondering, I had a partially deaf daughter. And I was wondering, we're talking about that we don't have the funds for it, or that the cameras won't see everything. Are we able, Ms. Sarah, through you, Madam Chair, are we able to do a trial just for maybe 30 minutes to see how it would show on TV, how it would show to the people in the audience? Will we be able, am I able to speak to Sarah Houston and ask her if she's able to do a trial through you, Madam Chair?
Wait, what's your question? To do what?
A trial, like she comes up here and they can show us, right, what they would see, what we would see. It would just be a trial. She would do 30 minutes. If she would do it, for free, just 30 minutes for us, and show us what we would see through the TV audience, what we would see on camera, and what we would see through the audience. Are you able to do that?
Well, wait. No. So that is something that we couldn't just do on a whim, for one. That would have to be something that we would have to discuss with our clerk, and so that we could even see if it's possible to kind of do the logistics of what that looks like. Because as Councilman Pfeiffer said, and I do agree that we all want this to happen, but then you also open yourself up to, and there's no good way to say this statement, right? Because the whole point in us wanting to get an interpreter is because there's a segment of our population that we are leaving out. And so Councilman Pfeiffer had a good point of when you do it that way, now while we're being inclusive in that way, we are now excluding people who would then try and make the argument, well, now I can't see my council person, even though they could hear us. Okay. And so I'm trying to be really delicate with this because I feel like there is an even greater point that we've been missing for the longest time, and the fact that we've needed interpreters or some way that our hard of hearing community can participate. And so her time should actually be paused. And so it just feels insensitive to put it that way, only because then it'll be like, well, now everybody else can feel how they've been feeling, right? But it's just something that we would have to work out logistically. Can we put our time back at 3 minutes, please?
But my question is, I guess,
I understand exactly what you're saying, but
how will we know what we can and what
because
we
Davina has actually already told us. And Davina has actually already told us, and she has the cameras there, and her and IT actively work our cameras. So that's how we know what we can and cannot see. We've already been told. Madam Clerk, go ahead. Don't start our time. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So, actually during these meetings, as it stands right now, I am the only one that works the cameras. And you have 2 cameras in the room, one that faces the lectern, one that faces the council members. I know we speak about what Mayor Neely has done and what he's doing in his press conferences. Those are usually one camera focused on a whole group. Right now, to include someone to do the sign language interpreters and to show the council as well, you would not be able to really see what the person would be signing. However, I do want to let the council know and to remind the council that when we've spoken about this, this is a project that I'm still in the process of working on with our current vendors and with additional vendors. I'm also in talks with finance about doing budget amendments and looking at additional dollars that we still have for council chamber improvements. So there may be funds to add a 3rd camera. There may be other options for broadcasting a sign language interpreter on your video. I'm also looking at transitioning from YouTube to our legislative provider who does work with our agendas and minutes so that everything would be on the city's website. And that also ties into the legal requirements for the closed captioning and other updates to the website. I also want to mention something that Ms. Priestley brought up and that I've mentioned in the past when you talk about this. And it's not only that you need to consider the hearing impaired, but you also need to consider other groups of individuals that you want to be inclusive to, and that includes people that speak other languages. So all these things are being looked at. And once these things are in order, I do plan on having that vendor come, because we would have to come to council with the resolution to speak to all these opportunities and changes that would be available. So right now, yes, you could focus the 1 camera on that individual so that people could actually see what they were signing. Anything else, I don't believe, because the wide camera angle right now to show all 9 members and to have someone signing, it would be difficult to see that person without focusing in on them directly.
It's still LaShawn's turn.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Johnson, sorry.
Through Madam Chair to Davina. How long have Ms. Sarah Houston been talking about the deaf community and getting an interpreter up here? Do you know?
Not exactly, but it has been for, I'd say, at least 9 months or so that she has been coming to meetings mentioning this.
So in the 9 months' time, because I know since I've been on council, I've been hearing about it, and it seems like it's just like at a standstill. So what are we doing to make sure it's not at a standstill and that we're moving in the way, and not because it's election season, but we're moving in the way that needs to be moved? Because this is 9 months. So does it take 9 months to be able to know that we didn't have the cameras for it? We didn't have about closed caption. So why is it taking so long for us to get an interpreter or to get cameras in here that actually work and captured everything?
So the Open Meetings Act avails that to any individual who would request it. So sign language interpreters are have been always available to anyone who requests it in a timely manner. As I've mentioned before, during my time as clerk and deputy clerk, I've had approximately 3 or 4 requests. And for sign language interpreters in particular, they were not done in a timely manner. And
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, please hold. I'm not sure, but there's a lot of conversation that is making it difficult for us to hear up there. I think it's coming from that back left corner. Thank y'all. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
As Ms. Priestley mentioned, City of Detroit has it, or Detroit City Council has it in their rules for a timeline for the requests. Open Meetings Act, I think it only says in a timely manner. So any individual that's hearing impaired can request a sign language interpreter. That is not something that needs to be budgeted on as a requested basis. What's being asked by the council is council wants to do something broader, and that is to provide interpreters continuously for all of its meetings without requests. Everything else that has been worked on is something that's a project that's been in the work beyond what's being requested. Also by Ms. Houston, I believe her concerns is to have someone in the room, and then the council had discussed also the closed captioning, and then became a discussion about the YouTube channel and all these other things. But I think ultimately the main request is to provide the service for individuals in the room. And yeah, so council has only, been in discussions about it, but it's a multifaceted project. Yes.
Is there anyone else in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, question. So, how many people have requested this service this year?
So far this year, I have not had any requests.
Okay. What about since your tenure as clerk, as head clerk?
As the clerk, I believe I've had 2. As was the clerk 1, as interim clerk 1.
She's a narcissist. She's a lying narcissist.
So you said 2 requests since you have been the city clerk?
That's correct. One was for sign language interpreter, and the other one was for someone who was hearing impaired, and there was a concern about being able to see council members.
Okay. So what I hear is that there haven't been a big demand for this service.
No, I have not had just those requests from individuals for a sign language interpreter at a council meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So being an ally of the disabled communities, the blind, low vision, deaf and hearing impaired, and I definitely understand the need that we have. So I know that we're talking about in-person meetings. We're talking about people that can access it via internet. Also must be mindful of the individuals that do not have internet capabilities that look to our public broadcasting channel 17 for these services, which we do not have at the moment. So we must be mindful of that. So I did hear the clerk mention that, and I also had a meeting about getting those things reinstated. And I also want to highlight that at my community meetings, when I was told that we had members from the deaf and hard hearing community, they wanted to come, we were able to locate resources to ensure that we provided those services. And so for the private meeting, we were able to do that, and but it was upon their request. And so I went and I saw exactly what Councilwoman Burns said. Detroit, they do have the interpreter. They do have exactly what she said. It's like a in-screen shot. You all can go to YouTube, City of Detroit. You all can see the current meetings going forth. That's how they go. But also listen to what Councilwoman Priestley said, upon demand. Someone requested this, and it is upon demand. And so, I hear Ms. Houston yelling out from her seat. I definitely understand her passion. But what we have to deal with fax protocol and how this will look going forward. And so, with that being said, I am totally for looking out for our community, because Flint, we should have an inclusive community. We should have a spot for everyone, not just being able to sign and accommodate them at our meetings, but we should make sure that we have positions for these individuals on boards. We need deaf, blind commissioners on different commissions. So the whole point is we need a community where everyone feels involved and included, and I am definitely in support of that. And I brought it up last meeting. I was talking about the different technologies that I saw that they had to accommodate this. Different things that they have on-demand translation through different applications. I don't want to name the name on the mic because I don't want to advertise for them, but if we can get those things going, that'd be great. And so again, I want to make sure that we stand on a few things. For one, the amount of people that are requesting this service. For two, how we're going to deliver this service and how much it's going to cost. And so once we can get those things nailed down, I will definitely be in support. So I'm in support of doing all things necessary to make sure that happens. But that's where I stand, so thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round of discussion? Mr. Alamin, would you like the floor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in definitely support of this resolution. I definitely think we do need it, but my colleagues, several have made some good points as it pertains to sustainability, where the funds will come from, as well as looking at technology. I know we brought that up before when we were discussing this, and I think it is some things out there that we could utilize to maybe do it half and half or offset, or maybe even be a better option. I just think we should look at all options. But I am in support, but I would like to see or get some more additional information on those key points that was raised as it pertains to sustainability and also what that technology looks like. Thank you.
No problem. Seeing as how you were the last council person who did not have an opportunity in the first round of discussion, I will go ahead and take my time. For the second time tonight, Ms. Winfrey Carter provided us something, I don't even know how many minutes ago at this point, but what she said was, and when Mr. Moore was up here, we are all in support of getting this done. This needs to be done. This should have already been done. So I look forward to moving this to finance so that Mr. Moore can tell us where this 25 is coming from other than opioids, so that, because he told Ms. Winfrey Carter there's 25,000 that he can get us for this to get done. And so that it doesn't have to come out of opioid. And so on Wednesday, hopefully we can wrap this up so we can send this to council. We've had the solution a while ago after Ms. Winfrey Carter spoke. And so I am going to make a motion to, you want the second round? Okay, I'll do the second round with y'all, but my vote is going to be for it to go back to finance so that we can go with the solution Ms. Winfrey Carter gave us, I don't know how long ago, about just having the 25,000 from somewhere else, put it there and let's go. I yield my time. It is the second round. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. For you too, Ms. Sarah Houston, could you come to the podium, please?
Ms. Houston, would you like to join us at the lectern?
Madam Chair, to her? Yeah.
Absolutely.
She started headed that way. She wasn't burning up my time. Thank you. Ms. Houston, thank you. And thank you for your advocacy for the deaf community. I appreciate it. Your words have not clearly fell on
deaf ears.
Not to be. So I do want to say, as I was speaking, I did ask you if you would be willing, so off of our council time, so that you can help to mold and shape what this is like. To you, Madam Chair, to the City Clerk. City Clerk, would you be willing with me, you, and Ms. Houston to kind of work on some logistics so that we can figure out, and then also Mr. Moore said he's going to find this lucky pot of gold to pay for it, so that we don't have to do it during council time. Would you be willing maybe to have some meetings? And then to Councilwoman LaShawn's point, LaShawn, oh Lord Jesus, I'm tired. LaShawn, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Johnson, and I apologize. Councilwoman Johnson's point, Ms. Houston says she would do a sample trial so that people could see, because we may have to change our streaming, and this is going to be a multi-step. One, funding from finance. Two, what does it look like? Then to follow through, so we can get everything. So, Madam Clerk, are you willing to meet, you and Ms. Ms. Houston can just put our heads together collectively so that the next time we come, we have it all worked out. You okay with that? Okay, Ms. Houston, is there something you would like to say?
Just that I would be more than willing to come down and give of my time to the council to make sure that access is for all people. And just that closed captioning is not the same. It is English. ASL is sign language. It is a completely separate, different language than English. So putting closed caption up there would not be accessible to the deaf community because the majority of the deaf community does not have a strong English language base. So closed caption is not accessible for the deaf community. Sign language interpreting, which is giving them their information in their language, is what is needed. And I would ask that let's do this now and worry about that when the time comes. I know you got a deadline in April of what, the federal government has certain rules that have to be in place, and I understand that. But getting an interpreter in quicker, that's just the best solution.
I'm gonna call you for a meeting, and I'm gonna get that set up as soon as possible.
Please.
And then it's looking like it's gonna go back to committee, but you're certified, tell me what you are certified.
I'm a certified sign language interpreter. The BEI, which is this interpreting certification, I'm an advanced level. I've been working as a sign language interpreter for 20 years. My parents are deaf, and my son is deaf. So I am a daughter, and I am a mother way before I'm an interpreter.
Councilwoman in the third ward, I'm gonna have to ask you to pause really quickly, Ms. Houston. I think somebody was gonna let you continue, but I just needed you to pause. Councilwoman in the third ward, you have the floor.
She can continue with my time.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that this was clear, that I am a mother and a daughter way before I became an interpreter. The interpreter is the last thing on my list. I could care less. I make money every day. If you pay attention to politics, I was standing next to the governor this year for her State of the State address.
Oh, wow.
I work.
Impressive.
I work. People call me, people ask for me. I don't need to secure a job at council. I just wanted to make that clear. That was all. Thank you. And I'm willing to give up my time to help anybody when it comes to getting access for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Would you like to continue?
No, just.
All right, is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else in the,
Yep.
Five.
You're looking that way when you're asking, so. I don't know that there's anybody on this council that's against this. I think that we just need to make sure that bringing someone in here without incorporating YouTube doesn't make sense.
Mhm.
Because, I don't even know, but like there's been plenty of nights we've been here till midnight and RL's the only one here. So are we asking the sign language interpreter to do to an empty crowd? So it only makes sense to incorporate it into YouTube. So I think we have to go the route to get RFPs or whatever it is to get the additional cameras and get all of that squared away, because bringing someone in here to sign language to a group that isn't requesting it, to me, doesn't make sense. So it only makes sense to do that via the broadcast or YouTube. So I think we need to get the RFP out to actually get sign language interpreters to bid on to provide the service as well too. So I don't know, I think there's a multifaceted thing that we need to do before we just bring somebody in here I think there's a lot more steps we need to do before we just approve this and bring somebody in here. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
is there anyone else in the second round? Seeing as how there's no one else in the second round, I will take my time. I would like to make a motion to send Resolution 260091, Sign Language Interpreter City Council Meeting to Finance. Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Alamin. Dr. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat. Ms. Mashat? Yes. The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
I'm sorry, what was that?
8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Resolution 260091, sign language interpreter, city council meetings will return to finance. Resolution 250414-T, the pleasure of the body. Mr. Pfeiffer has a motion.
Motion to leave that here in committee.
There's been a motion to leave it in committee. I will support. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Yes. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution 250414-T stays in special affairs. Moving on to special order discussion item 260103, which is special order best practice consulting, a 7-minute special order as requested by Second Ward Council Member Lewis to allow representatives from Best Practices Consulting to provide a brief overview of their organization and services. I do believe Ms. Sigmund is here with us. Councilwoman Lewis, I will go ahead and turn that over to you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Sigmund, for joining us today. And thank you for your patience. I'm sorry that we didn't put you at the beginning. But welcome to the chambers. And just want you to enlighten the body on your organization. I see there's been a little confusion with your organization and others. So please enlighten the body on what you do, who you do it for, and et cetera. So you have 6 minutes.
Excellent, thank you. First, I want to tell you all thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. We've been in the city of Flint for a decade now. We've worked as a partner with the city of Flint. It doesn't matter if it was the city's administration or city council. Just a really quick recap. We've helped over 388 small businesses right here in the city of Flint. Majority of our graduations were facilitated right here at the city's dome with city council members present in all of our events. We actually started the very first kickoff here in the city of Flint in your lobby in the main city hall area, where in rotation for 4 years, we had pop-ups where you could see and identify and participate and learn more about the participants in our program. The city of Flint is extremely unique. We serve 11 counties in the state of Michigan, and we actually get to use the CFR 200 Micro Enterprise 18C allocation. That's a specific allocation that says we can actually pay for rent, legal services, getting people's taxes current. We could do a plethora of different things that a lot of small business training programs don't have in their toolkit, so to speak. We've done that for 10 years at the behest of the city of Flint. So I want you to know that I consider you all partners. I have for a very long time, and I hope that is what it is. We have remained in good standing since our inception. We've never not been in good standing. And to Ms. Councilwoman Burns' point, there are 12 best practices on the state's website. You have to type best practices consulting services to get directly to who we are, and you will find that we are in good standing. We serve not only the 11 counties here in Michigan, or 11 of the 83, we're also in California, New York City, Baltimore, and North Carolina. We're a team of 7, but what we do really well is small business support. We have the only contract with AARP Foundation nationally in the state of Michigan. We've been sponsored through the state of Michigan's MEDC program to actually run the Buy Flint program, specifically as a version of the Detroit Buy Detroit program, where we helped 19 small businesses learn how to procure government contracts. Yes, PTAC or former PTAC, now the Apex Accelerator, they will help, but you have to be in 2 years in business and nearly 6 figures in revenue. We structured the business a very different way, where we could ask small business owners, do you have a $5,000 commercial cleaning contract? Can we get something for less than $10,000? What's your spend? We take nonprofit 990s, we reevaluate where their spends and specific allocations, and we match our participant programmers to that particular offering so that we can help them grow and sustain their small business. This will be our 18th year. I am the founder. But I'm a refugee entrepreneur. I didn't come by this because I decided I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I lost my job as a director at FedEx, and I had to learn this process on my own. After 18 years, I can tell you I've mastered it. I do okay. We do okay. My team of 7, we are proficient in small business technical assistance. We work with the city of Detroit, the city of Lansing, the city of Jackson, the city of Pontiac, the city of Grand Rapids. We're headquartered in Romulus, but our largest footprint is right here in the city of Flint, right here. We've operated, every event we have, we send you guys an email. I guarantee you probably don't see it because you're probably getting a whole lot of communication from everyone else, right? So I hope that this opportunity will afford me a chance to find out the best means of communication, because every time we do something, I want you to see our impact in this special city. Not only was I an adjunct instructor at Mont Community College for 12 years, I started its entrepreneurship program. Not only did I start the program, we opened our doors for the Small Business Roundup, where we took businesses out of the county and we used and deployed our students who were in the capstone programs to actually help support and sustain small businesses. This is the heart of what I do. This is everything to me. Best Practices Consulting Services is where your business is. That is our motto. Wherever you are is where we are. And the city of Flint has allowed us to actually participate consistently. Just really quickly, we have 3 programs that will launch in April. One is brand new. Our feedback came back that there are a lot of people who want to be nonprofits. I don't have any funding anywhere that will support small businesses as a nonprofit designation. However, there is a special allocation that was awarded in the state of Michigan in 2008 called the L3C. We can go after the L3C as a PRI-funded event, meaning we could target Ruth Mott Foundation and all the other charitable spaces to help couple what those PRI expenses look like. We are the only one in the state of Michigan doing that right now. I'm probably after saying it today, we won't be. However, today we are. And in the city of Flint, we have 12 spots open using those CDBG dollars to actually help small businesses not be nonprofit, but be more mission aligned with PRI spending. I recognize that my time is up. If you have any questions for me, again, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and defend Best Practices Consulting Services, where your business is our business. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sigmund, and thank you for the packet that you gave to every single council person. I have spoken to businesses that have worked hand in hand with you. They're very pleased. You have helped many up level, and thank you. So I know we only have a few moments, and time is of the essence, but I just want to encourage my colleagues. So reach out to Ms. Sigmund, and maybe we can connect your residents, the businesses in your area, to Ms. Sigmund, so we all can do great things and keep Flint strong. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I would like to add 5 minutes to the clock, please.
There is a motion on the floor to add 5 minutes to this discussion.
Without objection.
I'll order that without objection. All right, Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Yes,
and I
ma'am.
don't want you to feel you had to defend, because it was not, I honestly did not know, I've never seen you in here to speak. And so when we get a list of several, and I think about 70, and was it 70 that we had on there before? So we don't know. We asked for specific things, which was like reports. And we don't get, I'm glad you're here.
Yes.
So that people, and I hope this helps to expand, your business. But when we don't know, we ask for specific things and we don't get them, and we have to go down to the mayor's office. I'm glad you're here.
I want to work with you all directly every single time. Every event we have, you've gotten it in your mailbox. Actually, I should check that. I'm not certain what you know.
No, I'm looking while you were talking. Yeah, but we do get a lot. Why is she?
I know you guys are inundated with things, and I will do a more personal appeal because the program is succinctly based is succinct to the person and the people who participate in our program. We don't just do cookie cutter. We analyze and assess the participants right here, Ms.
Hold on
Burns.
just a second, because we got less than our time. So I do want to thank you for coming.
Yes.
And thank you for explaining what you do. And we do get a lot of emails. We do. And when we talk about who our leadership is, I was now just talking with President Mushat, we're talking about better sharing information on projects and things that come. Because some information comes, we never see it. Some of it never gets to us, and it doesn't trickle down to the entire council. But you coming and explaining what you do and what your business is, I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate the supplemental information packet, because there are several that are on there, that are on the website. There are several. And when we are not getting information in regards to the report which was asked for, it makes it difficult. Because when we get it, sometimes we don't get stuff until it's the last minute. This was voted on, I believe, last year, and I guess it was coming back up, and I get what's going on. I don't want you to feel you have to defend what you're doing, because you're welcome in here. And actually, every person who is getting community block grant dollars should be coming before this council so that we know who they are. Because there may be some services that there are some services I can refer to your business.
Thank you.
And that is, to me, when we have to be good partners. I don't want to have all of the information and hold it to myself, because then I'm not improving my community. And so I appreciate you coming. I mean, by happenstance, but I'm glad to hear what you do, and that when we asked, we still didn't get that. I don't know when we're getting that report, because
I actually send an annual year-end recap every year of who we've touched, how much money we've supported, the number of complaints that we've had about a thing or another. You actually are fully aware of that. I will resend that. If it would be better for me to print it and put it in a box and have it delivered, I will do that if that's the best way to communicate that.
And personally, I would like to set up, because we don't have a lot of time, just sit down and talk with you.
Sure.
That is what because I want to make sure we're building good partnerships.
Absolutely.
So thank you for coming, and I'm sorry we don't have enough time, but they can add to the clock. And if you could give me your, or email your contact information, probably for all of them. I do have it pulled up. If you could email us contact information, so I may not be the only one who would like to sit down and speak with you.
I certainly will. I'll make that happen today, as soon as I get a chance to sit back down.
Oh, no worries.
But you also have it directly on that letterhead, my email, the phone number, all of the information.
On the one that you just gave us?
Yeah, on what I just gave you. On April 11th, it's a Saturday. I know you don't want to come out, but I implore you. We're at 502 Church Street. If you feel that you're able to come and see what it is that we do. I mean, I think we are a rock star.
Yeah, I borrowed your, I took off your, you had a teal colored, you had a teal clip.
Yes.
That I took to put on the report that I need to read that I had printed off.
Excellent.
So yes, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for your time.
Councilwoman Priestley, you wanted some time. Is there anyone else who will want time after Councilwoman Priestley?
I would need more than a minute.
All right, so I'll go ahead and add 4 more minutes without objection. Go ahead, Councilwoman
So
Priestley.
we've been getting your emails,
Okay.
and I just haven't been reading them because I didn't know you were local.
Oh,
That was the big thing.
Okay.
And last week we were at Michigan, last week was at Michigan Municipal, 2 weeks ago, we were at Michigan Municipal League, and at the Women's Luncheon, we were hearing about this organization that deals with small businesses in the Detroit area. And Ms. Mashat and I looked at each other and says, wish we had something like that here.
No, I knew they existed. You looked at me.
I looked at you, okay. So, but I thought that, and so I'm glad to know, I think in the future, when the new council comes on, that you call or write a direct email to the council member so that they know that you're local, because I'm glad you came. Because I've been deleting your emails right and left. Just one more thing I don't have time to read, right?
Sure.
So, but now that I know that you're working with our residents and our constituents, I will be glad to spend more time with it.
I think
you.
I'll hand deliver it so you don't have to worry about deleting it. I'll do that.
Oh, that's all right. No, but they're in my email and I know they're local. It's just along with so many of the other emails we get from around the country that really have nothing to do with Flint, and I just only have so much time.
I understand.
So, okay, thank you very much.
Totally understood.
All right, is there anyone else? Seeing as how there's no one else, Ms. Sigmund, it is always a pleasure to see you, just as classy and professional and beautiful as always. Thank you. We certainly appreciate your presentation, appreciate all of the work that you do in our city. I know that there are, I can't even count the number of small businesses who have best practices consulting services to thank for them being able to continue the work that they're doing. And as you said, even though you are not necessarily working with nonprofits, I know you have worked with nonprofits, and you've done phenomenal work with those nonprofit organizations as well. So I just want to take this time to publicly give you your flowers and commend you on the 10+ years you've worked with the city of Flint alone and the amazing work that you've done. And thank you, because we know that small businesses are a backbone to our community. And so thank you for continuing to keep them able to work, to thrive, and to move forward. And for all of your emails, I've had an opportunity to come to a couple of your events.
You
so
have, yes,
once
thank
again,
you.
just thank you for the amazing, amazing work that you're doing. And now that my colleagues are aware that you exist, I know that they will make every opportunity. Councilwoman Burns has already said to me with you. So again, just thank you for the work you've done. We hope that you continue to stay right here in the city of Flint. And with that said, I'll go ahead and close out this discussion item. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great night.
Moving on to our next discussion item, 260104, which is the Special Order Ethics and Accountability Board, a 15-minute special order as requested by Second Ward Council Member Lewis to hear from Ethics and Accountability Board Chairman William Harris regarding EAB appointments. Mr. Harris, thank you for joining us at the lectern. Councilwoman Lewis, I will go ahead and let you kick this off.
All right, thank you so much, Chairman Harris, for joining us, and please proceed.
Thank you. As you all know, my name is William Harris, and I serve as the chairman of the Ethics and Accountability Board. And I come not simply with a request, but just so that we can address a matter of charter compliance, operational necessity, and accountability. And the Flint City Charter is not advisory. It's what governs the law of the city. And under Section 3-502A, the charter clearly states the Ethics and Accountability Board shall consist of 11 members. And the word shall is not optional. It is mandatory, it establishes a requirement, and it's not a recommendation. At present, the Ethics and Accountability Board is operating with 3 vacant seats, leaving the board below its required composition of 11. The vacancies are as follows. Ward 5 was just vacated in August of 2025. Patrick Julian served on that board for many years and was a wonderful board member, but due to commitments, he no longer could serve. Ward 6 has been vacated as of November 1st of 2025, and Ward 9 has been vacant since January of 2024. In addition to identifying these vacancies, the Ethics and Accountability Board has taken proactive steps to ensure awareness about the compliance as well. We have issued no fewer than 6 separate occasions notifying the appropriate appointing authorities of these vacancies and the need to fill them. These communications were sent in good faith to support timely action and maintain alignment with the charter. To date, the board has not received any formal correspondence indicating that the vacancies are being processed or being filled, or providing an update on the status as if we're looking to find somebody to fill these seats. Yes.
Can you pause at a time? What's your point of information?
I did contact Ms. Shax DeLittle, so that is an untrue statement. I did contact her, and I did let her know. My vacancy was just in November, then we went through the holidays. I just spoke with her not too long ago. So you're telling me that you did not receive correspondence from her?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, well, I did. I sent it to her.
All right, we'll continue.
So after speaking with her today, she didn't say anybody had corresponded in these 3 vacancies. So Section 3-502 of the Charter further states, in the event of a vacancy, the appointing authority shall appoint a replacement. Again, the Charter uses the word shall. This means vacancies are not to remain open indefinitely. There is a clear duty to act, and to act in a timely manner. The extended duration of these vacancies raises serious concerns regarding the timeliness of compliance, fulfillment of charter-mandated duties, and the overall effectiveness of the board. And these prolonged vacancies constitute a failure to meet the charter's required standard of action. And this is not just a structural issue, it's just having real measurable consequences. And due to these vacancies, the board has struggled to consistently achieve a quorum. And without a quorum, the board is legally unable to act and perform its duties. And as a result, we have not been able to move forward in hiring of an ombudsman for the city of Flint. The position is critical for independent oversight, citizen complaint resolution, and transparency in governmental operations. Without it, a key layer of accountability is missing. We've also been unable to finalize and adopt updated bylaws for our board, which are essential for governance structure, procedural clarity, and consistent operations. Additionally, we have been unable to establish functioning committees which are necessary to conduct investigations, provide oversight, and also distribute the workload across the board. And these are not just minor delays. Not having an ombudsman is serious. These are core functions of the Ethics and Accountability Board that are currently stalled out. And when seats remain vacant, accountability does not just pause, it becomes diminished. And under Section 3-505, the Charter provides that any intentional, willfully neglect, or gross negligent violation of the Charter may result in public admonishment, recommendations for removal, or administrative sanctions.
Here you go with this crap again.
This includes the authority to assess sanctions based on the impact of the violation. I raise this not as an accusation. I'm not making an accusation, but I'm just using it as a reminder of the seriousness of charter compliance. Therefore, I respectfully but firmly urge the following: immediate action by the responsive appointing authorities, a clear and defined timeline for appointments, and prompt scheduling of public hearings and council approval. The Ethics and Accountability Board was established to uphold the integrity of this city. But we cannot fully carry out that mission if we are not fully constituted. That is required by law.
Okay.
And this is not just about filling seats. It's about honoring the charter, restoring full accountability, and serving the people of Flint with excellence and integrity. And then also, you want to make sure that every ward has an input in us trying to get an ombudsman in the office. And so when your ward is left vacant without somebody to have a voice, you don't have a representation to actually speak on who the next ombudsman for the city of Flint should be. So I just want to thank you all for this, and I yield to any questions that anybody may have.
All right, thank you. Wait, one second. Councilwoman Lewis, did you have anything to add to this discussion, or would you like colleagues to go first?
Sure. So thank you so much, Mr. Harris. Thank you so much for coming, and I will just turn it over to the chair. Thank you.
Councilman in the 8th Ward.
Mr. Harris, how are you, sir?
I'm doing good, Mr. Pfeiffer. How are you?
Good. I have a question for you. So you bring up the ombudsman. We already posted that position, and you did interviews a while back. Is that a correct statement?
No, sir. We did no interviews because we could not achieve quorum.
Like way back when?
Yes, sir. The last interviews we conducted was in 2024. We could not fill that position. So in
that's what I'm talking about. Like,
yes, sir.
You conducted interviews and posted the position in 2024, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's what I'm talking about. How many vacant seats on the Ethics and Accountability Board were back then?
In 2024?
Yes.
We only had 6 members, I believe.
Okay,
That's not true.
So back in 2024, when you posted the position and you interviewed folks,
Yes, sir.
you had less people back then than you just currently stated now. So why can't you post the position and do interviews with more people now versus 6 people back then?
Well, we just got these recent appointments
Well,
not too long
but
ago.
I understand that, but now you have them, so, and you're saying that you can't appoint or do the ombudsperson until you get the full board, but you just said in your own words, in 2024, you had 6 folks and you still did the interviews and that. So explain to me how that's different than now.
So the difference is the ability to make quorum. We can't do any hiring, we can't do any interviews without quorum.
So if I do my math, you're supposed to have 11, you're saying you're 3 vacant, so of the 8, that you have 8 people appointed now, is that a correct statement?
We just now have 8 people.
You just now have
within the
8.
last 3 months.
So of the 8, who is a habitual offender that doesn't show up to the meetings, did not get you quorum?
As of right now,
Yeah. You're saying you can't get quorum to post the position and do interviews. I'm like, these are appointed folks, let's put them out on the record and say, we need you to show up because the business of the city is stopping.
correct. So as of right now, and these are all people that do call in to let us know that they're not able to make a meeting. So as of right now, the only ones that I do know, Mr. King missed 1 meeting because he was out of town. My Vice Chairman, Trishelle Young, was out of town in Texas on legal matters. A couple of my board members came down also with the flu and was unable to
So you're
attend.
speaking of particular instances why they missed 1 meeting. I'm talking overall, why can't you get quorum to get an ombudsman? So you're saying that they missed because of a meeting or out of town or they were sick? Like, that's not a habitual offender for absenteeism, so why can't you get quorum at any given time if you have 8 folks?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We just got the 8 people
But
within
you
the
just,
last 3
but
months.
sir, you just said that you can't get an ombudsman until you get the full 11.
No, I did not. I said we're not able to achieve quorum, and we need these 3 seats, which is charter mandated, in order to meet
Is
quorum.
quorum 5 or 7 for you?
Quorum is 6.
Quorum is 6.
Yes, sir. Quorum is 6 members. So we have 8. So if 3 don't show up, we can't make quorum.
So every week or whenever you call the meetings, you have at least 3 people absent.
Yes, sir. For the last 2 meetings, we've had 3 people absent.
Okay.
We did have 2 meetings so far this year.
And was the ombudsperson a agenda item on any of those meetings, or is it an agenda item on your current meetings?
Well, yes, sir, it is, because with that one, what we're trying to do is we're actually trying to change the language when it comes to the qualifications of the ombudsman so that we can get more applicants to apply for the position. So instead of HR saying, well, you only have 4 or 5 people after 30 people have applied and they only approve 5, the board wants to send it back to council for you guys to agree on some of the recommendations that HR put together so that when we have 40 people or 30 people to apply, we're not just stuck with 5 people. We actually have a good pool of people that we can interview from. And so that's what's currently before us, is that we want to do that, but we can't do it until we meet quorum because we've got to send it to you for you guys to talk about.
And Mr. Harris, I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying, like, we know each other. I'm not trying to be confrontational or anything like
Correct.
that. I'm just trying to say, if you want to come before us and quote the charter states that the Ethics and Accountability shall appoint. It doesn't say may or anything like what you just said about us. It shall appoint the ombudsperson. So I'm trying to figure out, if you haven't had quorum in the past 3 years, why is it the first time that you're before us is today when you have more people than you've had in the last couple of years.
Well, actually, I did send out an email, and 2 habitual people that were causing us not to make quorum last year were actually, 2 of them actually resigned. But I had to send out an email, and I had been sending several requests then to get the board feel, because I don't know, I can't explain the reason why the other 2 weren't showing up, but they weren't showing up. And so numerous times we had put it out there. Even Mr. King before me, when he was chairman, he put it out there.
So, real quick, I'm gonna wrap up, and while I had more time for my colleagues. In the past 3 years, I think the first and foremost thing that should be top priority for the EAB board is for ombudsperson. You agree with that?
Oh, I agree, definitely.
So, to my knowledge, that is not on every single agenda. So, there has to be, okay, it's on the agenda, and we need to discuss this every single meeting that we do get quorum and people do happen to show up, but I don't think that's the case.
No, it's there. We have line items to talk about in hiring an ombudsman, but this is what I'm saying. At this time, what we've done with the hiring practices, it just didn't work. And so the board wants to do something new by revamping the charter with that line item, with the qualifications to open it up.
Okay. I think that,
We need to add another.
yeah, we're gonna, Matt would add another 20 minutes for all I care, because I think this is an important topic. To me, Mr. Harris, I think that it's no offense, is you're coming back at us with excuses of why you can't hire somebody, but to me, that is, we need to make sure that HR is disavow, or not canceling people off, that saying that they're not qualified. Are you making that judgment? Who's making that judgment? Because EAB board shall, it doesn't say HR. HR isn't anywhere in the section of the charter for the.
Well, we have to go through HR, and HR is the one that vets them all and making sure that everybody that applies meets the qualifications that are on the charter for the ombudsman. That's why we use HR.
The qualifications for the ombudsperson.
Oh, yes, sir. It's charter mandated. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
There is a ordinance that indicates.
It's an ordinance, it's not the charter.
It's not the charter, those are two
It's not the
different
charter,
things.
sir. It's an ordinance. That's why I'm, like, that ordinance, and Madam Chair, if you don't mind, add another 15 minutes.
Order without objection.
That's an ordinance, and I don't think that ordinance says that EAB board has to go through HR.
No, it does not.
It doesn't. It lists out that. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that the HR has to be the front person and seek these people. It doesn't. I'm telling you.
Request for information. Madam Chair.
What's your request?
Through you to, did you know, Councilman Pfeiffer, with the first ENAB board, it was vetted through City Attorney Angela Wheeler, that you did not. There was no HR, and the Ethics and Accountability Board actually vetted every single application themselves.
Yeah. And that's my point, Mr. Harris, is.
So, I'm sorry, point of information, do you know if they check MERS for it?
Yes.
And so that's why it goes through HR, is because HR checks MERS, correct?
Yes, correct. And then also because of sensitive information, it has to be processed through HR, because a lot of people apply social.
So they provide their resume, and it's up to the EAB board to disqualify them. It's not HR.
Exactly.
So I just want to I understand it's convenience. I'm just trying to tell you, your power as EAB board doesn't have to circle around HR.
Well, actually, we did that, and it got us in trouble by doing that.
From who?
It got us in trouble with We had we had somebody to actually sue the board. Hold on, the board definitely was sued in a major lawsuit. And we just got out of that litigation, I want to say about 4 or 5 months ago, because the board did take that action. And so it was the judge that told us we didn't have the
Request for
ability to do
information.
that.
Is he speaking to Doug Matthews in the lawsuit that he did not win?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, he did not win that.
Hold on, but the reason why he didn't win is because the board had to acquiesce to a lot of the things that were in that lawsuit in order for the judge to say, okay, this has been settled.
Hold up, because he's giving legal opinions that's not valid.
One second.
No.
Councilman Pfeiffer has the floor. Can we start the time?
I'm not familiar with all the ins and outs of that lawsuit, so I won't speak to it. But I will say that, Mr. Harris, you have more power than dealing with the HR and everybody else. So I hope that you use that to do your charter mandated obligations and hire a ombudsperson, because that is the sole responsibility of the EAB board, number one. Number two, thank you for your service. I know that this being a unpaid civil servant, if you will, is not an easy job, and I appreciate you bringing this before us. Anything we can do to help, but if you are hoping that the HR and the administration is going to help you, I hope that you know that you are going to be sadly mistaken and let down. It is the responsibility of the EAB board. If they're not doing that, then you guys vote to hire somebody else that will help you. I yield. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. So I agree with everything Councilman Pfeiffer stated, and I want to say this. One, the purpose of the ombudsman is for you to be completely neutral, and it doesn't seem that you understand that. That means you're not entitled to work with the council nor the administration, executive or legislative. You're supposed to be neutral, period. Because people are supposed to receive anonymity when they come to the ombudsman's office. Now, as far as the vacant office, you didn't want my person in there, you put her up to put her out, she turned in. So now you're saying you want people, but then you want people, you're voting to put them out and sending us up letter.
But your person never showed up for 8 months.
Listen, I'm telling you, this is not the day, because you came on my page being disrespectful, and you're on the ethics and you're on the ethics and accountability board with unethical conversation and non-truths. So I'm gonna speak mine. You got more than your 15 minutes. So I want to say this. She was removed. I spoke to Ms. Shaxter Little with the email. You take that up with her, because I've already told her. I told her I'm getting someone.
So why didn't you communicate that with me as the chairman?
Why are you talking?
Because I am the chairman of Ethics and Accountability.
But you're not the chairman here. I'm saying to her, she answers the phones. She's there day in, day out. Period.
So why was I not contacted as the chairman as well?
This is not a back and forth right now. This is not. And so I want to say this. So when I spoke with her, when you did send the email, I did state that I did let her know that I do have some people that I'm vetting. But you put the person off. Now, before then, you had somebody on the board for me. And you failed to vote to get someone in there. So you were derelict as a board. So you had an ombudsman, last ombudsman, what was it, 2021?
No, 22.
22.
Is when she resigned.
When she resigned. And then you had someone who applied, and we know that people didn't like her. And so you never swore in, oh, she didn't have the time. She's not qualified. That first board did not go through HR, period. You don't understand your power. You're taking directions from the administration. HR should be handing them completely over to you. And when you don't know, it's not a back and forth.
I do
it's not a why are you talking?
I do understand
Mr. Harris,
power.
I'm going to ask you to allow Councilwoman Burns to get her points out, and I will make time for you to give a rebuttal.
Okay.
Thank you. Because you came up here very accusatory, and I took it personal. Because I know we've had to go to court when you couldn't read the last page on number 9 on transitioning when you wanted to take our pay. And you didn't understand what transition meant when it meant that at the end of when it was adopted in 2017. And so these are things where you have power. And when you have power and don't know how to use it, you may as well not even have it. So yes, I am looking to replace the one that you kicked off and sent the letter. And that's fine, because she ended up resigning anyways. But you have had time to pick a person, but you don't even get all the applications. You don't even look at all of them. You're getting hand-picked applications on what HR gives you. Now HR is appointed by the mayor. So Eddie Smith is appointed by the mayor. So why is HR handpicking what you get, which means the executive branch is going to get the upper hand when people are supposed to have an ombudsman that is, they come to that office, it's supposed to be complete and total anonymity. And you can't get that because the HR director has did what? Went through every single one. Don't like this one. Nope, not this one. And you don't even see them. And so that becomes a problem in the process on how we are electing. And then you don't. Fourth Ward didn't have somebody for 4 years. I didn't hear you rushing up here every week. And she said, I refused to get someone because she didn't believe in the board. She just got someone probably 6 months ago. And so now it's convenient. But I'm not going to allow you to come up here and say like, oh, they're derelict in their duty. You kicked my person off. And so I have to replace that person. And I'm in it's not a back and forth. It's not.
For information.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
How did they kick him off? Because they don't have the power to remove somebody from the board.
Thank you.
They sent a notice up that they wanted her to move, and they took a vote. Did you take a vote? Now I'm asking you a question.
No.
Yes, you did. You voted to put Carol McIntosh and Billy off. Yes, you did.
Not for this one, ma'am. That's not
now,
true.
it doesn't matter. We're talking about the courts because you haven't had an ombudsman, which you just acknowledged,
Doc,
since 2022.
Point of order. Please pause the time. What is your point of order, Councilwoman in the second ward?
This is definitely an argument of back and forth. It seems a little hostile.
No different than when you were speaking to Mr. Moore disrespectfully last week.
So what I will do is we'll split this baby. Councilwoman Burns, I need you to land the plane for me. Go ahead and get your final thoughts out so that he can go ahead and give his rebuttal. Go ahead.
Derelict in the duty, we're violating the charter. He don't even know what his powers are. So if you have not picked someone since 2022, you have had even Ms. Shaxter Little, who holds a master's degree. She only lacked the municipality portion with the years served. And is she on there now? Because she got to have it now because it's been vacant for 2023, 2024, 2025, and we're in 2026. And I think she was just shy by a few months. So some of this burden, you bear it also. You came here very accusatory, and it's unfair that you have done that. And so when we talk about this, mine is in. And also, is Mr. King did he put back in? Because I believe Mr. King stated he wasn't going to serve anymore, then he pulled it back and put back in. Is he on a term now, or is he just staying until you get a full board?
Mr. King is on the board and has never resigned.
Okay, now that's not true.
Request for information.
Because Mr. King
Please
said
pause the
quit.
time. What is your request, Councilwoman in the second ward?
Councilman Burns, I called Mr. King personally, had a conversation. He said that he never resigned.
Well, in that conference room that I said with Mr. King and an attorney, he said he was on there and he was going to be exiting. When does his term end?
I have no idea about that conversation. That's between you and Mr.
Okay,
King.
do you have when his
I
term
can't talk
ends?
to that. We can provide that information to you, Ms. Little. Actually, the clerk has all that information. The city clerk
Okay,
does.
so here's my point. My person, I have to get a new person, so we're saying since November, so December. So this has not been an at-length time as you're portraying. 2022, you haven't had an ombudsman. And so 3 months compared from you not picking one in 2022 and then allowing every application to be filtered with the administration through HR. The ombudsman is your job to pick it. That's what it tells you. Your board, the ethics board, picks the ombudsman. That's the process. And I don't know if you don't get that part. I don't know. But you come in here with this, and along with the 5th Ward, with Mr. Julian, who was served, he stayed long as possible. But you have to be fair, but you came here very accusatory. And that was unfair to us when you didn't pick someone since 2022. I yield the floor.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
Thank you. I want to address a couple of things. I think that you are, Mr. Harris, I think that you are doing the best you can under your circumstances. Up here, we've had times when we've not been able to have quorum. And quorum leaves. I've been a part of walking out at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. But also I want to say something that is in our charter. As representatives of the citizens of the city of Flint, city council members are expected to conduct themselves with appropriate decorum, act respectfully with constituents, each other, and of their public servants. I consider you a public servant, and I consider everybody on your board a public servant. It is very difficult from my end, it is very difficult to find people to serve of their own time. And then sometimes those people come in front of you after you've been looking for someone and are disrespected while they are standing before us.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Would she be speaking to Mr. Utek? Because he said those 2 middle fingers was for you, Judy.
Mr. Harris, I'm not going to worry about the issue with the HR going through and determining who fits the requirements for the position. They did it for us when we were hiring the city clerk, and we accepted that. We got a little chart, said this is what they missed, and we had the opportunity to look at those resumes, but we looked at their job. Their main purpose is to see people who meet the prerequisites of the position. So you and I have talked about the ombudsman position on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And as well as the other vacant positions that you'd like to have. And I think that having people who are willing to serve and to show up for work is the hardest thing to find. You know, I've even asked people who, if I said their name, would be shocked that I asked. But it's very difficult to find people to serve. And you guys have a very important job. You are mandated by the charter. You are responsible to be that go-between, that ombudsman and the board itself are responsible for being the go-between between the administration and the residents if there's a complaint.
Mm-hmm.
We've not received any reports. We've talked about this in budget hearings. Think about that, budget hearings are coming up. But I'm not going to berate you for not having an ombudsman hired. You have been having troubles for several years of getting a quorum. I've tuned in for a few minutes every so often and no quorum. So I think that you are doing well. And if anybody in any of the wards, was it 5, 6, and 9?
Yes, ma'am. 5, 6,
So
and
if
9 is
anybody
right
in those wards are willing to serve on that committee, please reach out to your council person to have that discussion with them so that they could have that name as a possibility to serve on your board. Thank you.
Woman Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Judy, Councilwoman Priestley, I would think that that would be up to the council member to make that call and make that announcement. Now, as far as my vacancy, I'm just going to say this, Mr. Harris. I've been calling and I've been reaching out to different residents, but do you realize people don't want to serve on the Ethics and Accountability Board? It's been hard. I've spoke to probably 10 people. Now, you did stand there and say that you've sent out emails to the council people who have vacancies on the ENA board. I've never received an email. I did receive one on the 19th, my first email from Ms. Little, okay? And no, I did not respond back yet because I'm working on it. But I didn't receive my resignation letter from Mr. Julian until January. January 21st. So, Madam Chair,
We're out of time. Did you want to wrap up your point? You can.
yeah, so to let you know, I'm working on it. It's been hard. People don't want to serve on the Ethics and Accountability Board because they feel like it's unethical and unaccountable. So that's it. I'm working on it.
All right, thank you. And with that, that is the end of this discussion item. We'll go ahead and close that out. Move on to our final discussion item of the night. Oh, yeah. Can we give him 2 minutes? Let's go with your rebuttal. Go ahead.
I know that.
Thank you. So I do want to say this. Councilwoman Carter, Patrick Julian did not miss a single meeting. Patrick showed up when we didn't have quorum. Patrick is the one that actually helped write the bylaws that the board is trying to get passed so that we can do it. Patrick was an amazing board individual. Councilwoman Burns, your person, you came before our board and your person wasn't even there, and you did bring a complaint before the board. And I'll just be honest with you, she didn't show up for several meetings that were called. And it wasn't just her, it was also the mayor's appointee as well that didn't show up for about 8 to 9 months. And so when we were trying to actually get an ombudsman, your former person said, I'm not getting involved in it, I'm not doing any more interviews, I won't be showing up to any more meetings. So, and at the time we only had 6. I mean, we couldn't do any more than what we were able to do. And I can't talk about my previous predecessors, what they didn't do and what they could not do. I'm here just simply stating that we need a board of 11 so that we can meet quorum, so that we can do what needs to be done. And I do understand that it is difficult. I understand everybody doesn't want to serve basically really for free. So I do get that. However, I will say this, and I agree the board has not hired an ombudsman, but I will also just reiterate, this does not release the charter mandate just to fill those seats. That's all I really came up here, was to have a dialogue, because there's been no communication with the chairman as far as what's been going on. So that's the only reason why I'm here.
All right, perfect. 5, 6, 9. They will see what they can do about getting you to that 11 membership that you need. Thank you for your time. We are wrapping up this discussion item. Moving on to discussion item 260106, special order update Flint Housing Commission audit. We will go ahead and start with this conversation. Councilwoman Burns.
Thank you. So we did receive a letter, and I wanted to share that because one of the things that was brought forward to this council, and thank you, Madam Chair, was that our audit may be off because of the Flint Housing Commission audit. So I'm going to read this letter. We do not have anyone, but they did send it, and it should be in everyone's email. It says, Statement to the Flint City Council, and this is for transparency. It says, honorable members of the Flint City Council, the Flint Housing Commission provides a brief update on the status of our fiscal year 2025 audit. The audit is nearing completion and remains on schedule. We appreciate the actions taken by the Flint City Council along with the coordination and engagement of the Flint Housing Commission leadership, which helped to create the conditions necessary for our independent auditor, Zink Associates, to proceed with and complete the audit. The audit will include a finding associated with the financial matter involving a board member. It should be noted about this matter is connected to the board's commission vote on August the 12th, in which the commission voted to request that this board member step down from her position as commissioner. The commission is addressing this as a part of our commitment to strong governance and accountability. Over the past year, Flint Housing Commission has led a strong and successful recovery, exiting its HUD recovery agreement and achieving removal of the trouble designation for our low-income public housing program. Our Housing Choice Voucher Program, which is currently designated as trouble, and we are awaiting HUD's final report and determination. Flint Housing Commission remains focused on sustaining this progress and delivering quality service to the residents. Respectfully, Board President Tredell Kennedy, who came here and spoke. I do want to note that the Flint Housing Commission does have 603 units that they are responsible for and 700 Section 8 vouchers. So they were having trouble before, which their audit is behind, finding or seeking someone who would do their audit, and they have now found someone and are handling things. They did come to City Council to request the help of City Council because one of the issues that they were having with HUD was that HUD wanted the person removed and that it would eventually affect their funding. So now they have an auditor, they're taking care of it in-house and whatever it is with their board, and they don't have the date when their audit will be done. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilwoman Priestley, have they given you a date yet? Okay, so you haven't received one. So this communication is an update, so everything else is basically for them and their board and out of our hands now. So that's an update, that's it.
All right, anybody else? Seeing as how there's no one else, I'm gonna say this and we're gonna wrap this up. When they came, their request was because they said that their last auditor could not do the audit because of some other circumstances, but the person that is doing the audit is their last auditor after all. So as Councilwoman Burns stated, and as she read the letter, this is now a Flint Housing Commission concern. We will be updated on the part that affects our audit and we will move forward. So we're gonna go ahead and close out that discussion item as well. Entertain a motion.
Motion to.
There is a motion to adjourn by Councilwoman in the 6th Ward, supported by Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Dr. Lewis is not in. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Alamy? The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The time is now 8:27 on Monday, March 23rd. The Special Affairs Committee meeting is adjourned. We do have about 5 minutes, so if you wish to fill out a speaker slip, go ahead.
this window or share a screen?
Well, it should just, when you push this button, it'll decide.
Where?
It should just, let's share, window.
How are we doing on the hearings?
I haven't. I want to talk to you to find out what exactly you like. Are you going to be around tomorrow?
Let's get together this week. I'll be here. I'm available, I think, all day tomorrow, and I'll be here after I meet with the mayor at noon on Wednesday.
I don't know if you have to pick. Might be able to just, did you push this yet?
Yeah, no.
If we could have all council members return to their seats. If we could have all council members return to their seats.
It did it for you.
Water's the only one that will.
Pardon?
Water department's the only one that has a certain time they don't want it. Everyone else.
Okay, great. Okay, so you got the list of dates that you can't do.
Yeah.
So just schedule.
Okay, all right.
Whatever works. Use the same schedule.
All right.
And then I'll sign the memo.
Okay. Yeah.
What's going on? What's going on there?
The past it's always been very boring. We only have a couple of days. There's not a lot of discussion on it. So I'll get to something for you and see.
Thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Madam Clerk, if you could please, so that I could start the meeting. Judy, I can do a public hearing without her. No, we don't. They're up front. Oh, man. Not really. Oh, darn it. Yeah, we got time. The time is now, Judy. The time is now 8:41 p.m. on Monday, March 23rd. I hereby call the City Council meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Dr. Lewis?
Present.
She's coming.
Ms. Johnson is not in?
Oh.
Not in your seat.
Ms. Johnson?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns is not in?
Doing it?
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett is not in. We have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. It is now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilman Alamin, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Before we get to the prayer of blessing, is there anyone who would like to acknowledge a family or someone who has passed away?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge Mr. Andre Overton, the family of Andre Overton. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, seeing as how there is no one else, if all minds are clear, Heavenly Father, we come to you now. Just first and foremost, thanking you for this day and time. Thanking you for your grace, your mercy, your love, and your favor. Thank you for watching over all of us as we go back to our respective locations. Thanking you for keeping us safe and protected. We ask now that we would do things that edify and uplift not only your kingdom, but the city of Flint, that we would be focused on the business at hand. We ask that you would be with those who are currently suffering a loss or bereaved from losing a loved one, Lord God. We ask that you would comfort them and give them peace right now on this tough journey. It is in Jesus' name we pray, amen. And it is now time for a reading of the Disorderly Persons City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meeting. Are there any requests for agenda changes and/or additions? Seeing as how there are no requests for agenda changes and/or additions, it is now time for a special presentation of the proposed budget. It's a 15-minute presentation by the city's finance department concerning the mayor's fiscal year 2027 proposed budget. At this time, Mr. Moore, you now have the floor for the next 15 minutes.
Good evening. I am pleased to present the fiscal year 2026-2027 budget as proposed by Mayor Neely. This budget is very strong and sound because it is balanced, it is fiscally responsible, and it addresses the major issues facing the city of Flint. We are on good footing towards the future. Let's take a look at the revenue. Let me draw your attention to the left side of the screen. In 2024, the city received a $170 million grant from the state of Michigan to address our underfunded pension system. That money put our pension system in good financial shape, and it has reduced our required annual pension contribution and allowed us to use those funds for other priorities. Also, in fiscal year 2024, the City Council approved the transfer of $40 million of the American Rescue Plan funds to the general fund. These were one-time additions, and that won't be happening again. As you can see on the right-hand side, since 2025, our general fund revenues have grown slowly but steadily, and we believe they will continue to do so for the next several years at the rate of 1% to 2%. This slow but steady growth allows us to prepare a budget with no changes in property tax, no change in street lighting fees, and no change in trash fees. There's been much discussion about the American Rescue Plan dollars, so let's get into that. In 2022, we received $97 million in ARPA funds. The City Council approved $57 million in ARPA-funded projects. Those dollars must be spent by the end of this year. In December 2023, the City Council adopted a resolution to move $40 million to the general fund. There's no deadline for spending those dollars, but we intend to spend them down by the end of 2027. It is important to note that the City Council resolution restricted those funds to projects that followed the original federal ARPA guidelines. The resolution also required that the funds be tracked separately from the rest of the general fund dollars. As you can see from this graph, we do exactly that. The ARPA funds are in the green on the top, and as you can see, they go down to zero by 2028. And as I mentioned, the unrestricted fund balance is projected to continue to grow steadily over the next few years. Accounting experts say a city our size should have a fund balance that's equal to 30% of our $73 million overall budget. We are well within that range. The fund balance is our rainy day fund and protects us from unanticipated emergencies and surprises. Once again, this shows that the city is on solid ground. Now we need to talk about the expenditure side. The mayor's priorities, and we believe are also shared with the city council, are eliminating blight, public safety, better transportation, and improving water and sewer infrastructure. The mayor is very focused on cleaning up blight. In the 2027 budget includes the hiring of an additional 6 employees to work on blight removal. The employees will be demolishing abandoned structures and cleaning up blighted property. Another priority is public safety. The recently approved patrol officer contract will make the city's pay scale for police officers competitive with our neighboring communities. We want to do the same with the other public safety employees. We believe that this will improve retention, recruitment, and overall public safety. The mayor also wants it known that Flint trains the best police officers and firefighters in the region. The proposed Police and Fire Training Center will do just that here in the city. The budget proposes $4 million for the next phase of developing the Police and Fire Training Center. 2025 was the first full year of the Flint ambulance service. The service started with 2 ambulances and has grown to 4. So we can staff 3 ambulances 24 hours a day and have 1 in reserve. In 2025, we had over 5,000 runs, an average of 14 runs a day. The ambulance service also brought in more than $1.2 million. Everyone knows that the streets and roads need attention. The mayor is proposing to spend $5.5 million on road projects. It will be a big, active construction year for the city. This slide highlights a few of the major streets slated for construction. Now we're going to talk about utilities. The mayor is committed to no water or sewer rate increases in 2027. This budget includes continued investment in water and sewer infrastructure. We're finishing a $60 million project to the wastewater treatment system. The original pump station and force main are being modernized. The upgrades will include redundancies to allow the sewer line to the wastewater treatment plant to be taken out of service for inspections and repairs, and not creating backups in the system. We'll also be installing a new leak detection system for water mains. The system will find leaks that normally are invisible to the naked eye. They will allow us to catch problems before they become disasters. In summary, the fiscal year 27 budget is balanced, fiscally sound, and focused on the major priorities of the city, all without raising taxes or utility rates. Thank you. What?
Is that the end of your presentation? All right, thank you. So at this time, we will go ahead and close out your presentation, and we'll move on to public hearing 260105.6, which is a public hearing, City of Flint fiscal year 2026-27 proposed budget. It's a public hearing on the City of Flint's 2027 proposed budget as presented by Mr. Moore, by the mayor and city council in accordance with Flint City Charter, section 7-101A5. At this time, if anyone would like to speak to this specific public hearing, which is the City of Flint fiscal year 2026-2027 proposed budget, please join us at the lectern.
Man, I thought I was looking at a coloring book. What are the numbers at? I mean, I don't even know what to say. If that, I'm not trying to speak bad about anybody, but that was the budget. I mean, presentation. Where can we find the numbers? I mean, it's 42% poverty here in Flint. And everybody can't go online. Everybody, I mean, where do we find the budget at that we can actually see numbers so that we can have a serious public hearing? How can we have a serious analytical debate when we come up here and speak to you about the budget when we haven't even seen a budget? Where is the budget? I mean, I'm serious, man. This is crazy. Let me ask, what was the revenue for the water? How much money did y'all collect for the water? Where is the assessment at for the trash right now? Because, I mean, since 2017, we were supposed to have been saving $2 million a year. How much money have we saved? Are we in the red in assessments for the trash? I mean, it's a lot of questions. Do y'all have the numbers? I mean, when was it presented? What do we supposed to talk about? We supposed to just look at each other? I mean, and it's crazy because I'm asking questions and I know y'all can't respond, but damn, I can't even speak on the budget because I don't know what the budget is. So I guess I'll go sit down.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the 2026-2027? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Before the next speaker, I just want to let the public know that the budget was posted online and is available in the clerk's office per the charter. However, I do have several copies of the budget here available. The reason why I did not have handouts is because it was not published in a manner to pull separate pages, so it is a 50 page document. So I do have several copies available.
That's all? Davina? Donahue?
Go ahead. You have the lectern. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Ariel Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue in Flint, Michigan. About this budget situation Mr. Moore just explained to us, he reminded me of my corner store in my neighborhood on the corner of Pearson Road and Saginaw named Easy Stop. The guy seemed to know when I'm hungry and when I ain't got no money. He give me anything I wanted in the store. So I call him Esau, Middle East. He said, why you? He said, that's my daddy name. But last week, he said, Mitchell, come here. He took out his phone and I said, I look like your daddy. I said, where he at? He said, he in Jerusalem. And I saw my face right there and I had he gave me the privilege. The next day I realized I had the privilege of talking to Donald Trump and the leader of the attack. But I came back the next day and I said, let me address it. He said, everybody in Israel is asleep this time, Mitchell. But just like Mr. Moore explained the budget, we're in good hands as long as you give the people like me a chance to speak comments on the budget. Because Trump is only one over there Israel's calling it Shak, that little country. Bethlehem is inside the walls of Jerusalem. And I got really proud for letting me speak to his daddy, but I wanted to know, I want to address Jerusalem about them, they're getting too close to that dome of the rock, shooting them missiles over there. And I was going to say,
Mr. Mitchell.
from the king
Mr.
to
Mitchell.
the city of the great king.
Mr. Mitchell, the budget.
Oh, about the budget. Miss Trump, Miss, what's the fourth ward lady, Priestley. You notice how she said, apologize to the land bank. The land bank was getting all that money, and I'm glad she apologized because she's going to get sued like the accountability peoples got sued for breaking up the form. Look at it over there.
The budget?
Russell. The same thing, don't want to put the investigation, fire the woman off the, you know what Darrell Buchanan had, the embezzlement situation. In this city, all them people's killing peoples and getting away with murder, think they got grinning.
Mr. Mitchell, the budget.
Like the budget. The $4 million for the recruit the Popo, the Blue Gang, all they doing is protecting that dope over there on St. John. Come on, legal to smoke that junk and all that junk. The budget ain't that. You do the dope, boys. Don't panic. Be like the boys in Jamaica. When they want some money, they capture.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. That is your time. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the budget? The public hearing we are currently having is the City of Flint fiscal year 2026-2027 proposed budget.
Good evening to council. Thank you. My name is Jacqueline J. Brown, and I'm a resident of the 7th Ward. I would first like to say that I appreciate the transparency given to us by the Mayor's Office for the upcoming budget. And I agree with the 9 objectives laid out within the proposed budget. And in those objectives, I'd like to focus on one of them in particular, which is Objective 2, which focuses on reversing population decline by incentivizing our young population to stay and live in the city and encourage immigration into the city. I believe a good way to address this is to address the brain drain that occurs within our city, where many students who attend our amazing universities and colleges are not able to pursue their future careers in the city because of the lack of entry-level positions or due to a lack of a network. Being a proud graduate of the University of Michigan Flint, I am extremely grateful that I was able to find employment within the city that I grew up in. But I know that for many people who graduated, the avenues to do that are few and far between. So in order to address this, I believe that the best way to solve this is to create a program, most likely through the Department of Business and Community Services, that seeks to work with our colleges and universities to provide students a pathway to their careers by either transitioning them into an entry-level position in the public sector or to provide them greater help when it comes to opportunities in the private sector. This can be done by allocating a portion of the general fund to invest in Flint's future. I also believe we should find more ways to listen to young people, such as creating a youth engagement program made up from each college, university, and high school within the city to address the issues that young people are facing and to foster a connection between our schools and local government. By doing this, it would give young people a foothold in their communities and allow future entrepreneurs the activity to grow for the state to go in Objective 4. As these entry-level positions can lead into future businesses and nonprofits that will be made here within the city, not without. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to public hearing City of Flint fiscal year 2026-2027 proposed budget? Seeing as how there's no one else, Mr. Woodson, now that you have the budget in front of you, go ahead. You're good now? All right. Then that closes out public hearing for the City of Flint fiscal year 2026-2027 proposed budget. Moving on to 250437.6, which is the public hearing amended ordinance zoning map, Chapter 50 zoning. It's a public hearing to consider an ordinance to amend the zoning map of the city of Flint within Chapter 50 zoning of the Flint City Code of Ordinances. At this time, the public hearing is now open. If you would like to speak to public hearing amendment ordinance zoning map, Chapter 50 zoning, please join us at this time.
Here we go, yeah. This is the best part right here. This master plan that they put in place, the emergency manager, I haven't seen a council person or council yet to do away with everything that the emergency manager came in and did. And this is one of them. Why is it that north side and the east side has to be green? We can't get any development dollars in the green zone. Skip just doing this right here. Just eliminate tonight. Y'all can do it. Y'all see, it's a living document. Just do away with all green zones, because the government right now, as it stands, doesn't believe in green. So we'll never see green dollars. So why not just turn it back into traditional? Because the only people who have traditional on the north side are the pastors, the churches. Everything around their church is traditional. It shouldn't be mandated that if I buy a lot, all I can put on that lot is a canopy or a garden. I can't rebuild on that lot that I purchased because of the zoning. And then between Saginaw and Pearson, Saginaw and Martin Luther King, Pearson and Carpenter Road, it was green innovation, where if your house caught on fire, you couldn't even rebuild. I spoke with Kerry Nelson at the time, and I think his name was Kevin, that worked in planning and development. He came and told Kerry Nelson what that was. You couldn't even rebuild. Instead of them just doing away with it, period, they changed it to where if your house caught on fire, you have to come up here and ask the planning commission, can you rebuild? I shouldn't have to ask them anything. It was my house, insurance paying for it. I should be able to come up here and get permits and do what I have to do to my house. So I'm saying tonight, instead of just approving these two, or removing just for these two, remove the green zone from the north side and the east side. The sad part is, somebody said one time that the master plan is my master. No, you cannot even build a high school in the green zone unless it's a green school. That's how they made it. So all that should be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the public hearing amended ordinance zoning map, Chapter 50 zoning? Zoning. Go ahead.
And are you through yet, Madam President? Like I say, my name is Ira L. Mitchell. To speak on the master plan, the zoning, for the record, I lived in every last one of these wards. The first ward all the way through the 9th ward in Flint. Since I was homeless and didn't know I was homeless. And when I didn't realize I got the welfare and stuff. And then when I come in today, somebody from Detroit asked me, you in the first zone, ain't you? Of number 1 ward, but he walked away before I even got a chance to explain it. That's because of when the master plan, that's why they named me 10th Ward and gave me, you said them little kids gave me a medal and wanted all that junk. And because Flint ain't nothing but a money pot. You see Mr. Moore explain all that green stuff, and Woodson talking about that the government use that plastic stuff. They don't believe in green no more, the money. I've been confronted with that stuff too in the Stoke. They talking about, we got cars in here. Get up with them peoples over there at Sam's and Walmarts. And people look at me like I'm communist. They the one that communist. Then what this dude been? And the woman said, just don't say that, Mitchell. I buy your groceries. Just go in the parking lot, in the car, stand by the car. They follow me out by the car. Worse than ISIS. ISIS been here 25 years ago. People just didn't know it. Ready to attack somebody. I guess they didn't attack me because I was supposed to be a Christian.
Zoning.
Zoning is just like the same thing. Like I'm here today. Every time I try to get situated, somebody come. All you senior citizens come tomorrow and get your help or your life.
Zoning. Mr. Mitchell.
Zoning is just like I say, I own a house. And people look at me like, how you own a house? A person like you had to take them on my house and show I got a house. And then they supposed to be welfare people, so you look at me, all of them look at, is this your house, sir? I say, yeah. And all that junk. Who you think you is, you old, you drunken hillbillies in the black Chrysler, you think you, like I say, New York, still pay attention.
Mr. Mitchell.
Talking back to somebody talking,
Mr. Mitchell.
Who you think you?
Thank you. That's your time. That's your time. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to public hearing, amended ordinance zoning map, chapter 50 zoning?
That was beautiful. How y'all doing today? I got a question to ask y'all when it comes to this zoning. How is this going to look for our grandkids coming up in this city, the way this map is? Is this really a place for us to raise our future? Or is it something new that's coming in to replace us as citizens? I see something new coming in. I wish that y'all could reverse some of this master plan, if y'all can, by making some resolutions and some amendments to change it so we can keep what's left of our city, because we done lost a lot of our city, as y'all can see. Y'all see all of the places that there's now grass and dirt that used to be nice, beautiful, lovely homes. Y'all see it. Y'all have seen many homes that have been burnt down with insurance policies and not able to rebuild. All I'm asking for y'all to do is to think about the residents and write something that can help the residents change this zoning, because it's turning into a place to where it's not going to even be a place for us to build homes. Think about those apartments on 5th Street for $200,000 that ain't rented one out yet. Think about that, because it's going to be more projects like that coming in the city of Flint. And to be honest, how many of us can afford a $2,000 townhouse? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the public hearing, amended ordinance zoning map, chapter 50 zoning? Seeing as how there is no one else who wishes to speak to this public hearing, we'll go ahead and close this one out. Moving on to 26003.8.6, which is a public hearing for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Project Plan. A public hearing for the purpose of presenting and receiving comments on the FY 2027 Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Project Plan for the Torrey Road Booster Station Rehabilitation and Northwest Transmission Main Replacement. This public hearing is now open. If you would like to speak
Madam
to.
Chair.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but due to some administrative concerns, we need to postpone this public hearing at this time to a later date. And just, it's my understanding that the documents and the plan that was presented is missing some key components. So the administration would like to make sure that we're in compliance with the requests from Eagle. And so before they hold this hearing at this time, we want to make sure that everything is in compliance.
So, Madam Clerk, are you postponing this hearing in the middle of the hearing?